Okay, so I'd like to welcome you to the second part of our Petersheim Exposition, Interdisciplinary and Study Abroad presentations. I'd like to remind the participants that this is a recorded event, and there may be a link of the recording available on request and perhaps on the Petersheim website later in the week. Students will be presenting their research and experiences. Each presenter or presenting group will have 5 minutes to present, and there'll be a 2 to 3 minute question and answer period. For those joining the event online, you may place your questions in the chat or raise your hand. You'll be asked to unmute your microphone to ask your questions. People in the room and asking questions, please use one of the wireless mics. You have to press the button when the green light is on, then your question will be heard. Our producers today are Michael Supias, Jared Cicera, and Christopher Petruzzi. I'll be acting as the moderator who will remind presenters when they have 1 minute left. If a presenter wishes to use their question and answer time to continue their presentation, questions may be placed in the Teams chat, and they will be forwarded to the presenter. There is a link to the Teams meeting on the Expo. Please look over all of our calendar of events this week. And I will remind people of our award ceremony and closing ceremony, which will be on Friday of this week in McNulty Hall in the amphitheater. Please join us from 3:30 until 5 o'clock. Okay. So our first presenters are from Holy Family Academy in Turks and Caicos. We're going to hear their recorded presentation, and they have joined us. So if you have questions, they will be able to answer them. Thank you.
Good morning, judges. My name is Justin Gomez, and my partner is Odeli Rodriguez. We are both from Holy Family Academy, and for this year's Science Fair project, we did a gather and collection of information about the effects of ultraviolet radiation on our skin in here, Turks and Caicos. The name for our project was the neoplasm of cancer cells under ultraviolet radiation.
Neoplasm of cancer cell under ultraviolet radiation, our main focus was to teach the general public about the effect of the sun on our skin. And the Turks and Caicos Islands is a well-known place for tourists to come to the beaches, so this was our main focus, to inform them and the locals about the effect this could have. To achieve this project, our procedures were: first, we got a UV detector and we put it under the sun for a month of time. Then we got a phone and we set a timer for at least 5 minutes, leaving the UV indicator under it, and then we recorded the data and put it onto our Google Sheets.
So as you may already know, according to the National Health Service, cancer is when a cell starts to reproduce at a fast rate uncontrollably. The same goes with skin cancer. The cells within the top of the layer of the skin, which is most likely your epidermis, or is your epidermis, your cells start to reproduce at a fast rate. When this happens, they start to accumulate and begin to create tumors, as you can see. And this radiation, which is what causes the cells to start reproducing, primarily comes from the sun. And its most natural form is, as I mentioned before, from the sun, and is a type of non-ionizing energy, which means that is a radiation that comes through your skin and affects the DNA of the cells.
The UV index balanced in Table 1 and Table 2 shows the significant trends. Table 1 indicates a steady increase in UV index from noon to afternoon, 3 p.m., with a high of 4.9 at noon. Table 2 with a constant UV index of 5.0 at 9 a.m. and a wide range of 3 p.m. Here we can see our results. Despite the challenges in obtaining actual data that we could have gotten from using an actual UV index, we acquired to the hospital here in Turks and Caicos Islands, we were able to get people that tended to get skin cancer, and we were able to see that it varies between how long you stay under the sun, what do you work with, and also your age.
Experimentation, the time and also the date that was recorded had to be taken into consideration, mainly because the time of the day gave us a strong indication that between the midday and in the afternoon was when most of the UV was found, as well as taking into consideration the weather. Some of the days that we actually recorded were cloudy days in which the clouds absorb most of the UV. So as you can see, there's a huge comparison between the two. And we've analyzed that throughout the whole experimentation, between the times of 1 and 3, around these areas was when most of the UV was the exclusion. Our hypothesis was correct. Here in Turks and Caicos, around the times of midday is where most likely you are able to get this effect be most impactful to your skin. We also found a very strong relationship with the work you do, meaning if you work outside in a work environment where you have to do a lot of your activity outside, this can also have a lot of risk. So, in conclusion, it would be very important to implement some preventions for the people who come here, especially the tourists and all of them, to make sure that during these times of midday, according to our data, to be very careful of the effect of the ultraviolet radiation.
These are our references. Thank you for listening to our presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
Good morning, judges. My name is Justin Gomez, and my partner is Odeli Rodriguez. We are both from Holy Family Academy, and for this year's Science Fair project, we did a gather and collection of information about the effects of ultraviolet radiation on our skin in here, Turks and Caicos.
Donated to the community. Could you hear the question?
Can
Okay,
repeat it,
so
please?
you gathered the information about the crucial times and when the most damage will be done by the ultraviolet rays. How do you plan to disseminate this information to the community?
So what we have in plan is to do general presentations. Since we work with the hospital here in Turks and Caicos Islands, they plan to help us to be able to do these general presentations to the public, to be able to let them know when it's the right time you can go out for how long, and also to be able to put posters at the beach here in Turks and Caicos Islands, because that's where tourists tend to usually spend most of their time when they come here.
Okay, so you're outreaching both to the tourists, visitors to your island, as well to the people that are living in the area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. And so what precautions would you be suggesting to take?
So, hello, my name is Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
So one of the few precautions that you should be taken into consideration are the layers of your skin. So, I mean, not the layers of your skin, but clothing. So, here in Turks and Caicos, we have what is called surfing long sleeves. Those are very good at protecting your skin. They're pretty thin, yet this small layer actually does protect you a lot from the sun. Also, sunscreen, anything above 50, it should be good for you.
Okay, very good. Here in New Jersey, those shirts or clothing are called rash guards because they come from the surfing community and they are effective. Okay, very interesting and a very important project. Now, with the information on climate change or this becomes even more important, is that correct? For everybody throughout the
Yes.
year, not just in here, our summer seasons. Yes. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your work. If there are any more questions, I will forward it to you. Is the other group also present?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So Jared, please, thank you.
Good morning, judges. My name is Iris Okonko, and today I am with my partner, Joaquim Koisayo, to present our project, Saving Lives One at a Time.
The purpose of this project is to develop an application using a Garmin smartwatch to monitor the user's heart rate and identify irregular patterns that may indicate a potential heart attack. In case of detection, the app will send notifications to a designated contact and the hospital, prioritizing communication with a loved one as a proactive measure. A testable question that we have for this project is that can we make an app that tracks a person's heart rate during a heart attack and notifies a nearby hospital and a loved one when someone experiences a heart attack? And for our hypothesis, we hypothesized that if we are able to utilize an app to better provide immediate medical attention to those experiencing heart attacks, we can potentially save many lives.
To collect data for our body size and age testing, we first gathered our materials. We then asked our participants if he or she had any medical history. Afterwards, we put our Garmin watch on our participants and collected their heart rate for 5 seconds using a stopwatch. While still at rest, we put on a pulse oximeter on our participants and collected their oxygen levels. To make our app, we first downloaded Python on our VS Code using our laptops. We then made a code for the app using Python. We used a TK interlibrary program to make a GUI, or graphical user interface, for our app. We connected our Garmin watch to the laptop through a sub-app in our watch that delivers the BPM to the app via Wi-Fi. We finally created a code that plots and measures the heart rate taken during testing.
Based on our research, we saw that cardiovascular diseases like heart attacks remain a global health concern, necessitating innovative approaches for timely detection and response. And we found that there are several factors that contribute to a heart attack, such as blood pressure, high-low lipoprotein cholesterol, diabetes, smoking, and secondhand smoke exposure. Based furthermore on our research, we found that the country with the highest rates of heart attack currently is Russia, with 1,752 cardiovascular deaths per 100,000. And with nearly 60% of all deaths in Russia being attributed to heart diseases, according to World Population Review in 2023.
This is the code for our data. As you can see, we have 3 tests in total, and in all of our tests, our code successfully sent us a notification once it passed a certain threshold. These are our results for the body size and age testing, where we gathered data based on male and female individuals of different body sizes and ages, and observed their BPM and oxygen levels. Analyzing our data, we noticed interesting patterns in heart rate variability based on body size and age during our testing. In our body size test, smaller individuals, both male and female, averaged around 90 beats per minute, while larger individuals averaged around 100 beats per minute. However, the oxygen levels remained constant at 99% across all participants. In our age-based test, the younger and older male participants averaged around 90 beats per minute. However, our older female participant averaged between 70 to 80 beats per minute, while our younger female participant averaged around 70 beats per minute. Unlike our body size test, oxygen levels differentiated between ages.
In conclusion, for our project, we were able to create a program that utilizes a Garmin smartwatch to monitor heart rates and collect data in real time. And successfully, we were able to notify someone close in the event of a potential heart attack.
So are you.
Good morning, judges. My name is Iris Onkoko, and today I am with my partner, Joaquin Koisayo, to present our project.
So are there any questions from the audience or online? So far? Yes, here, let me bring.
Oh, we have some questions from the audience here. You guys are unmuted. Hopefully we can hear you.
So I know you created the app. How long have you been implementing the app for?
Can you explain further?
So you did create the app already. So how many months has it been since you created it?
In total, the app took around 5 months to create and design.
And so how long has it been in use for? And did you find any
Oh.
results from it?
The app, we only implemented it for ourselves. We haven't sent it out to further because with our app, it's not fully developed into a phone app. At the moment, it is currently just a laptop application because with making an app, there's even more programming and coding required. And at the moment, we don't have that expertise to create another app.
Okay, thank you.
Do you plan on trying to make it available for more people?
Well, that is the initial plan for us. It's to create an application to potentially help people that are experiencing heart attacks. So as mentioned before by my partner, that we don't necessarily have the expertise to create this into a full-fledged application yet that's available for the public, because we believe that it's still very much flawed and there are a lot of areas that we can improve on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions?
Okay, can you hear me? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. So now that you've implemented this, have you seen any results in change of behavior, activities, diet in relationship to the information people are getting from the app?
As we stated earlier, this app hasn't been fledged for people to use yet. We made the app for ourselves for testing, but hopefully in the future we can actually implement it and track even more people. So in the case of a heart attack, our app is able to notify them and the hospital.
And I noticed you mentioned asthma. Is anybody that is testing it in your group, do they have asthma?
I don't think we've mentioned asthma, but asthma can, yes, infect how your BPM. But no one in our group had asthma. This is my partner. So we use the app, but no, we didn't use it for someone who had asthma.
Okay, so your test group is just the two of you at the moment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you continue, how long do you think it will be before you're able to provide this to people, as you said, in the hospital and community?
Well, we don't necessarily have a planned date or a planned date on when we can implement this publicly. We believe that we still need to learn. We have a lot to learn when it comes to programming, and this is although we were able to create a program, it took us quite a long time just getting the basic foundations of the program, and we believe that it may take us maybe a few years and a lot of dedication to fully implement this into a successful application for public use.
Thank you. And for the group who might be considering developing apps of their own, what is the cost of doing this?
Well, for us, we mainly had it, we mainly had to work around free applications that were available to us at the time of creating this application. We don't necessarily have we can't really give a concrete budget because we didn't have that, and we, like I said, we mainly used applications that were free and that were available to us.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, and I hope you come back next year so we can hear the results of what has gone on. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Have a great day.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jesse Friedman, and my project is measuring the effects of chronic stress on physical and mental health. Chronic stress is an issue that 74% of Americans feel that they're unable to cope with. And this experiment aims to qualitatively and quantitatively measure the effects of chronic stress. So one important thing is the HPA axis. It's the relationship between the hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and adrenal gland. The hypothalamus gets the signal from the eyes that senses stress. That's then sent to the pituitary gland, which releases CRH, cortisol-releasing hormone, which is then sent to the adrenal gland, which, depending on the type of stress, releases adrenaline or cortisol. Over time, exposure to chronic stress, this can lead to detrimental effects on that process and the body. This experiment aims to simulate that process in mice and measure the effects of it. The experiment utilizes 4 mice, 2 experimental and 2 control. 2 experimental will be exposed to the chronic stress. All mice will have their cognitive and physical health tested before to see through blood test, urine test, and cognitive test. The cognitive test is a maze and the light dark box. The maze, and the light dark box groups already explained them, but they're just going to see their times. The maze would be for their cognitive ability, and the light dark box would be for to see their level of stress. If they're willing to go into the dark, they're less stressed than the ones who stay in the light. The blood tests have already been, the preliminary blood tests have already been completed, and it shows that they're healthy. And that's just to get their physical health. It tests a bunch of values for iron, cholesterol, and many other things that show heart complications, liver problems, kidney problems, and all of the blood tests show that they're healthy and ready to be tested on. Sorry. All right, so, and then the urine test is testing their cortisol, and that's just seeing if the group that is stressed, making sure that the stressors are actually working, and that if they are more stressed, is that connecting to their worse health condition. So the stressors that I'm using are rodent repellent, cold water, exposure to other mice, and hanging a restraint stress and holding them by the tail. All of these have been shown in literature searches to induce chronic stress. It'll be over a 6-week period, and then after the 6-week period, they will all have their tests. They'll all be tested again, and the results will be compared to the beginning to see if the group that was exposed to the chronic stress has worse health. So in the future, I would like to, the sample size is not that big, it's 4 right now, and so I'd like to expand that, make larger sample size and more trials, and because they're living organisms, so there can be a lot of differences just between them, so a lot of factors at play there. And I'd also like to test their cortisol. The cortisol has not been tested yet, but the graph on the poster shows what it would be expected to seen in our project. The peak area is going to be, the higher up our peak area shows, the more concentration of cortisol, the more they're stressed out. Overall, the experiment should have significant data on the effects of chronic stress. That is it. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, let me look if there's some questions online here first. Don't see anything. Okay, so have you seen any studies on long-term effects of high cortisol levels on mental health?
Yeah. I mean, in a lot of literature, like review has shown that over like chronic stress and measuring it through high cortisol has been shown to lead to depression, anxiety, and all these other things. But what's different about my experiment is it's not focusing too much on the mental side of it. It's more on the physical side of it through the blood test and the urine.
And how would this relate to the daily stress that high school students experience?
So it is over a 6-week period, which every day they will be consistently stressed. And a worry that I had was that they were going to get used to the stress. So the intensity and like how long the stress is going to go up over the 6-week period. How it would relate to high school students, I mean, if they have an assignment or whatever stresses them out, you know, then that will hope to simulate it.
Okay, because this time of year can be stressful, especially for those in their senior year, I think. Okay, very good. Yes, a question?
Yes. I didn't mention it, but I am also tracking their sleep. I have had the GoPro set up before with a time lapse to track their sleep behavior, and also generally I can measure their behavior. I'm writing everything down to see how they're acting, any behavioral changes. So. I mean, anything could be different in each person. So, you know, like they could be exposed to the same stress, but the physical changes and the physical effects could be a lot stronger in one person, and the mental effects could be a lot stronger in another person. But I would expect to see some correlation there, you know, just based on the intensity of the stress they feel.
On that same note, are you going to be relating it to their eating habits and their, when you say physical changes?
Sorry, say that one more time.
We're interested in the mice.
I can't hear you. What?
Okay, yes. So, on this question, are some of the physical changes you're going to look into, say, our eating habits? I still can't hear it? I'm talking in the microphone. Eating habits, weight changes, you mentioned the sleep patterns.
Yes, so they are gaining weight frequently, and I mean any other behavioral changes I will notice, but I was thinking about measuring how much water they're drinking, but I didn't think it would have that significant of an impact on their water drinking, or it could just be differences in between them. So I'm more focusing on what the tests show, the maze, the light dark box, and the blood test show.
Okay, thank you, because we think of sometimes people eating in stressful
Yeah.
situations. Thank you.
I'm Logan Gray, and this is my experiment on the effects of red and orange LED lights on growing radishes. Earth, as many people know, is a miracle of a planet. It's hard to replicate, and it's very limited in both its resources and its time here. So this isn't really aimed at an earthly value. It's aimed at more so a value outside of our solar system even. This is aimed to measure how a binary star system would affect radishes. A binary star system is a system containing two stars which orbit each other because they have the same mass and therefore the same gravity. The two stars chosen were the M-type star, also known as the red dwarf, and the K-type star, also known as the orange dwarf. This would allow them to have similar masses as they're both dwarfs and would allow them to orbit each other. The hypothetical planet chosen was a planet in a P-type orbit, which is a planet orbiting around both stars, so theoretically they could get light from half of each star throughout one revolution. Radishes were chosen because they're very good to grow indoors, so it makes the experiment much easier to conduct and study. My control group is a white fluorescent light in order to imitate the sun as best as possible. My experimental group is red and orange LED lights in order to imitate the binary star system. These lights would be changed every 2 weeks and would start with red and would then go to orange and then back to red the next 2 weeks and so on. For my procedure, I began with 6 pots for each plant, and then I put 2 seeds within each pot. They got 50 milliliters of water every other day, and once they began to germinate, fertilizer was applied, and I also watered them, and I also measured them in centimeters to see which one overall grew better. My hypothesis was that the white fluorescent light would do better than the red and orange LED lights in growing the plants. For the growth over time, as you can see in the top 2 pictures, experimental actually was the one to grow fast and to basically shoot up in its growth. Meanwhile, control was just beginning to grow. About a month later, control ended up actually doing better than experimental with thicker stems and larger, more green leaves. Meanwhile, experimental actually, even though they grew more, they looked thin and very frail. Over a month later, control looks very healthy with very green leaves and very long stems. Meanwhile, experimental is clearly dying. Despite experimental having more plants grown overall, with only 3 successful plants in control, experimental has significantly weaker plants and smaller stems. For my results, generally, control did significantly better than experimental. Due to other complications with their general lack of growth, experimental died, and now they are being regrown to see other possible factors for the experiment. There are multiple reasons for the possibility of control doing much better than experimental. One could possibly be because experimental had to fight for resources. As I said before, there were 2 seeds grown per pot. As LED lights are actually known to grow plants better than fluorescent lights, these plants may have been able to grow really fast initially, but they had to fight for resources in order to get the water and light they need to grow. Meanwhile, control only had 3 plants grown, so without the need to fight for resources, they could grow successfully without anything inhibiting them. Otherwise, it could possibly be because of the wavelengths of the light. White light has several different wavelengths of color in it, including red and blue, which allow plants to grow best. Experimental, on the other hand, has much more extreme wavelengths, having only red and orange. Despite red being one of the best ways to grow plants, they might need multiple wavelengths in order to grow them instead of that extreme purely red and purely orange. Generally, in the future, I wish to possibly bombard them with certain chemicals in order to imitate solar flares and just make this experiment better in terms of actually imitating a binary star system. But overall, my hypothesis was supported, and with the results I have now, I will be again regrowing experimental with only 1 seed per pot to mitigate the potential of fighting for resources, but otherwise, that is my experiment. Any questions?
Yes, did you have a binary system in the solar system in mind when you selected this project?
Not exactly. There are many throughout the universe, but I picked one where it could realistically be done. For example, there are supergiants that could be used, but again, with their size and the difference in color, supergiants generally have not only much rare, but also could be harder to inhabit a planet due to their extreme temperatures. It could be harder for that. So I picked dwarves, which would have a different Goldilocks zone, but it's certainly possible to grow plants on there.
Radishes have evolved to the lake. A long-term experiment could grow several.
That is a good idea. I might attempt that later in the years. I will attempt this experiment. But so far, with what I have, and for what it makes sense, control did do better than experimental. But experimental may at some point do better than control, depending on how they adapt, as you said.
During the summer months, are you planning to plant radishes outdoors to have sort of a variable with the full spectrum light of the sun and weather conditions?
That could be a good thing for especially a control group, but experimental would be a lot harder to imitate due to the needing the differences in light. But we could move it outdoors potentially with certain separating devices to keep experimental the best it possibly can, using just purely red and orange or whatever other light I use in the future. But control is absolutely possible to do it outdoors.
Okay. And are you going to be measuring, say, the size of your radishes, texture, taste, in comparison to the ones growing in your control group?
So far, I'm only measuring length in centimeters, but in the future, if they do genuinely grow completely, I may try to find out differences in taste, texture, etc., to see how different they'd be on a hypothetical different planet within the binary star system. Yes? Yes? So far, only radishes due to the fact that they grow very well indoors. It's a plant that's very adaptable, and it's generally good for a lot of experiments such as these. I may switch to different plants, but so far, I am just going with radishes. It's definitely a good idea for me to do in the future, but I probably will if I were to continue this experiment, especially if I were to restart it with new control, new experimental groups. But for now, I am just at half and half, but it's a very good idea to mix them in at a certain point due to time periods in which they will experience both lights at once.
All right, so our next presenters are here. I'm going to remind them that this is a recorded session, and we have a statement here from Nabila Alam, Dr. Alam.
Hi, so I'm Nabila Alam. I teach at the School of Diplomacy, and I teach sustainable development. So you'll be seeing a bunch of my students actually presenting their work for my sustainable development class. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a primer on what it is the projects represent. So the assignment in my class that they're presenting up here is basically to look at a sustainable development issue in a country of their choice and then really dig into the issue and try to find a solution to it. And so this is not going to be a policy problem, but rather looking at a country and looking at maybe a region within a country that's undergoing a very specific or experiencing a very specific problem. This could be in water access, this could be in primary education, this could be in having inadequate access to sanitation. And so they try to understand that problem and then come up with an intervention to address that specific issue, and then figure out how they're going to evaluate whether their project is going to work or not. So these are proposals. They're not actually projects that they're implementing or they've implemented, but rather a proposal that they would submit to a donor to perhaps fund their project. So thank you. Hope you enjoy them.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is our class proposal regarding the effects of desertification on the environment and the economy of Argentina. So Argentina is a developing country located in the southern cone of South America. Its population is just above 46 million people. Desertification is the process by which otherwise arable land transforms into desert. There are two different types of contributors to desertification, the environmental and human. Environmental contributors are things like climate change, droughts, and natural disasters, where human contributors are things like deforestation, overgrazing, and poor farming practices. Argentina is also uniquely vulnerable to desertification, as 70% of the country's landmass is classified as dry land, which just means that it's a type of land more at risk for turning into desert. The Monte Desert region is divided into three distinct regions: the north in the blue, the central in the green, and in the pink, the south region. But for the purposes of our proposal, we are focusing on the central region because of its high population.
Now, when we look at the economic impact that desertification has on Argentina, it causes farmland that farmers used to live on to not support them. They then turn to moving to cities, and this causes overpopulation in the cities. Now, it's not just a few people that are moving there, it's a big portion. 3.5 million people live on rural lands, and a third of the country's population lives on dry lands. And when you look at the economy and how this affects that, on the surface it looks okay, because Argentina's GDP sits at around 631 billion US dollars. But when we take a deeper dive and look at the inflation rates and poverty rate, it's not as good. The poverty rate of Argentina sits at just under 60%, meaning that 60% of the country's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. Similarly, Argentina's inflation rate is very high at 122%, and Argentina is far greater and far worse off than all of its surrounding countries. It falls short economically compared to its neighbors Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Bolivia.
So now we enter the intervention in order to address this problem. Now we're looking at the central region within the Monte Desert. So we're looking at the specific provinces within Argentina within this region. And all these provinces don't have the same economies, and they don't practice the same type of agriculture. So diving into the specific types of agriculture that each of these provinces practice, we divided them into two groups: mixed provinces and sedentary provinces. We define sedentary provinces as provinces in which the agricultural practices done are stationary, meaning growing soybeans, something of which Argentina is a major exporter, or other agricultural products such as wine. For these interventions, we're looking specifically to rejuvenate the soil in this region. We propose two groups: providing fertilizers rich in nitrogen, as well as ground limestone in order to rejuvenate the soil, as well as providing a second group with education, focusing on better livestock, water, and crop management practices to make sure that these farmers aren't inadvertently exacerbating the effects of desertification on their own family farms. We then look at the mixed provinces. Now, we define these mixed provinces as provinces in which they're practicing sedentary agriculture as well as grazing. Now, in order for this, we focus with that same initial intervention of providing fertilizers in order to rejuvenate the soil content. And you can see in soils that are victim to overgrazing, there's around 20 to 80% less nitrogen content within that soil compared to soils that are not experiencing overgrazing. Now, again, we want to rejuvenate that soil there in order to make sure that these practices can be sustainable. However, the education is going to be slightly different. The education is going to focus more on sustainable grazing practices to make sure that these family farms within Argentina aren't inadvertently removing vegetation from the land. Now, simplifying the intervention a bit more, you can see it's set up this way. We have in the sedentary section, we have our control group of Mendoza on the left, as well as the different interventions we're going to take. And then again, you can see on the mixed group, that same process of our control group in San Juan, as well as our different intervention.
So for our measurements of success, we'll be looking at two things. First, examining the family farms at risk. And our prediction with that is that there's going to be a decline in the rapid rate of desertification. Now, this is across all interventions. We're hoping to see that there will be a decrease in the effects of desertification and the rejuvenation of the soil. For crop yields, that's more for the sedentary provinces where the crops are more stationary. So for those, our prediction is if they produce a larger quantity of crops, then the intervention was successful. And with this map, you can see the different provinces in what interventions we will be implementing there. For San Juan and Mendoza, you see those are the control. We predict that nothing will really change there. For Catamarca, there might be a slight difference with the decline in proliferation, but we don't expect as much as in La Roja and San Luis, because those are the mixed interventions where we feel like there's more being put in there, so there's going to be more of an effect, especially when it comes to those crop yields for San Luis. Thank you, and we now open the floor for questions.
Either a part of your proposed.
So that process would fall under the education section in order to provide better sustainable grazing practices to those mixed provinces, as well as to provide a better approach for those sedentary provinces. The extent to which it's currently being practiced is not wide enough. The Monte Desert is already a region that's at risk of desertification, and it's seeing a growth in that exacerbation. Therefore, we think that this multi-staged approach will be able to really stymie the effects of desertification on it.
And to also add for the crop rotation, in these places with the grazing and the overgrazing, crop rotation is not as much of an issue as it is the grazing of the cattle that is on the lands. The crop rotation issues you're going to see more on the sedentary farms than you will with overgrazing.
So the timescale we're going to be looking at is going to be year on year. We want to be seeing if the intervention was successful compared to the previous year, and then taking a longer approach to see over several years how successful that intervention was. Exactly as you said, desertification doesn't happen overnight, but because these dry lands are such at risk of it, from the year-to-year process, we'd be able to tell improvements to see if there's slightly greater amount of crops that were able to be farmed compared to the previous year, or to see if the rate at which desertification is spreading within the Monte Desert has declined compared to the previous year.
With the desertification, are you considering certain geological factors such as the latitude, any mountain ranges? And are you seeing a change also in weather patterns in the area?
So the effects of climate change have definitely made this worse. Increase in droughts already make vulnerable drylands even more susceptible. The specific geographical effects aren't the biggest concern. The main thing that we're focusing on is approaching this for the drylands within that central region, which is all pretty uniform in the fact that it just is a dryland in it. Climate change is definitely one of the factors we're concerned about. But for our intervention, we really want to make sure that we can focus on the human effects, just as that's the option in which we can see the most results within the shortest amount of time. But drought and things like that are definitely things we're concerned about.
Professor Marlowe has a few more questions. Would you also be judging soil quality as well as crop yields?
We have looked into both. We just think crop yields would be easier to trace year to year, as soil quality is also affected by different things other than just desertification. So in order to really see the proposed plan implemented and the intervention to really work, especially because one of our things for the education is crop management, we really want to focus on the crop yields, so we're specifically seeing if that education is also being helpful, not just the rejuvenation of the soil.
So it's definitely a very interesting idea. As you can see here, we've seen some previous actions that have been taking place, approaching different methods in order to try to stymie desertification. For the purposes of our intervention, we're thinking on the smallest level that the most impoverished family farm would be able to do, and that's why we want to focus mainly on being able to provide them with fertilizer that is rich in nitrogen and phosphorus content, as well as just some education on better crop management in order so those smaller family farms are able to approach this. As we can see here in some previous actions, we've seen early warning information systems regarding climatological effects already being implemented, as well as the introduction of some green technologies. However, for the purposes of our proposal, we really want to focus on those smaller family farms. So,
Professor Marlowe added great presentation and good job managing questions.
So this is more of a suggestion, comment than a question. I think the desertification issue is pretty important, meaning that you're trying to, prevent that from becoming worse, right? And you're trying to see whether your intervention is succeeding in that or not. And then on the other hand, through climate change, you're having desertification happen anyway, right? And so to kind of really pin down whether your intervention is helping or not, that's where the control area that you had on the side would come in. Because if there is climate-induced desertification plus, from the way the local land is used, you're going to see that show up in the control areas, right? And so if there is some way to for you to figure out how much of it is due to land use versus how much of it is actually climate change-induced desertification, that might be helpful for you to kind of think about how much your intervention is contributing to preventing that, right?
I saw in the last diagram that you mentioned drip irrigation, which is a good method of not wasting the water. It doesn't get evaporated. Water also helps to stabilize the soil. You have less erosion. Would you also be thinking in the future of adding, say, drip nets above the areas in one area to see if that would help with, or fog nets, one of the two, to limit this desertification that is occurring in the area?
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look in that, see the prices, and see if it would be affordable to the smaller family farms that are in the region. Absolutely. Anything to really stymie the proliferation of desertification.
Okay, so we're going to resume our presentations. For those who've just joined us, I'm going to remind you that this is a recorded session and that the link may be available by request and may be available on the website after it's edited at a future date for family, friends, and faculty to view. Nabila, do you want to do it now or after the first presentation? You're a little... Okay. So our first presenter is Heather Carlson. Please come up, introduce yourself and your topic. And
Hello, I'm Heather Carlson. I'm going to be talking about rip currents and beach erosion at Island Beach State Park, New Jersey. So Island Beach State Park is a narrow barrier island between the Atlantic Ocean and Barnegat Bay. As you can see, it's characterized by really nice white sandy beaches and also very lush, dense plant areas. It's one of the few undeveloped barrier beaches on the North Atlantic coast, and it has various ecosystems, including dunes, freshwater wetlands, and tidal marshes. It's home to about 400 species of plants, numerous bird populations. It's actually home to the state's largest osprey population, and then various other marine and wildlife populations as well. It's a protected area, and it also has a lot of recreational spots, making rip currents of high concern here. So rip currents are channeled currents of water flowing away from the shore. This image up here shows it. So as water goes to the shore, it's pulled back through this channel. And usually these currents are not of concern, and sometimes they can't even be felt. But as the erosion in between the sandbars increases, the rip currents can grow in intensity. So rip currents are formed from those low spots in sandbars and any breaks, and they further erode the sandbars, which results in a cycle of increased erosion and increased rip current intensity. So like I said, this is going to increase erosion not only in sand dunes, but for coastal areas. Eventually this will increase erosion for sandbars, which will eventually increase erosion on the shore and erode sand dunes, which are meant to protect the coastal ecosystems. So this can result in a loss of habitat and a loss of the native species that are on Island Beach State Park. Obviously, there's also a safety concern, and there's a risk of drowning from rip currents. Most of the drowning is usually caused by someone who's untrained going in to rescue someone who is stuck in a rip current. So the best thing to do for that is to let a lifeguard go in and not go in yourself. Because it's a protected area, any solutions are aimed at preserving the natural ecosystem. So when I was looking at solutions, I was trying to avoid hard engineering solutions that would actually end up changing the ecosystem and could even result in more erosion. So I focused on beach nourishment and a natural coastline for the beach solutions, but for the safety solutions, I think increasing rip current signs would help increase public knowledge about what to do when in a rip current, and if you see someone else in a rip current. And these increased safety precautions will also increase tourism, and it results in higher income in the area. For beach nourishment, it's essentially getting sand from another area and bringing it onto this coast. So this is going to reduce the amount of channelized rip currents and rebuild sandbars. However, it has to be repeated over time, but because Island Beach State Park does not erode as fast as other beaches in New Jersey, it would not need to be repeated as often. And for the natural coastline, that's planting native species on sand dunes. So this will increase biodiversity, but the roots from these plants are also going to help prevent sand dunes from erosion. And beach nourishment, coastal and natural coastlines are not unheard of at Island Beach State Park. They're very common practices, and I think increasing the amount that they are done would help benefit and help reduce the rip currents there at Island Beach State Park. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the audience to start with? Thank you, Nabila.
I couldn't find an actual number when I was researching it, but I know that it's pretty low. I think annually, like for the whole country, it's under 100 deaths. So it's very low.
Since this is a state park, they do have some guarded areas, and they do put up signage to tell people not to go in unguarded areas. So that doesn't stop people, though. Anyone else?
I would assume that has a lot to do with it because this is a protected area and a lot of resources go into maintaining the natural coastline, whereas other beaches are like highly developed and there's a lot of like hard engineering methods which can actually further increase erosion in certain areas. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming or joining in online. In the next series of presentations, you'll be seeing some of my students present. I'm Nabila Alam. I teach at the School of Diplomacy, and the class the presentations are for is Sustainable Development. And the presentations are basically part of a project which was assigned in class. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background on the project so you understand the spirit in which these presentations are made, right? And the assignment was basically for the students to choose a country and then do a sustainable development goal priority analysis to identify what are the key sustainable development issues that their country of choice should focus on. And after having done that, they were to pick one area and then dig much deeper into it and come up with a very specific problem that that country is facing in that area. So this could be that there's desertification or that their maternal mortality is really high. in this country or in a particular part of the country, whereas it's not as high in other parts, right? And so once they identify the problem, they are to come up with an explanation of why this is going on, and then come up with an intervention to actually address that problem. And what I had in mind when I assigned this project was that a lot of students, when they look at, what are the issues in, development issues, let's say, in this country, you can come up with policy level solutions. So we should increase spending on education, or we should focus on maternal mortality. But there is this gap between, when policy is made and where projects are actually implemented on the ground. And I wanted students to be able to explore what are the realities on the ground. How do you translate policy into actually projects on the ground? And in doing so, also that means engage with what are the unique cultures, norms, or the conditions in which they're trying to implement this larger policy and the project. And so that's also a way to gain understanding about the people that who they're trying to help. All right, so that was a little bit of the background, and I hope you enjoyed the presentations. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Madeline Krasinski.
I'm Charlotte Sands.
I'm Heather Carlson.
This is our project we've been working on for the past semester, which is Yemen maternal death rates. So a little bit of a political background before we get started. In Yemen in 2004, there was a Houthi rebellion, which is a militant group that rebelled against the Yemeni government, and this back and forth conflict lasted until 2010. Fast forward to 2014, the Houthis eventually gained control of the capital of Yemen, Sana'a. Then 2015, a Saudi-led alliance with the U.S., United Arab Emirates, and Egypt all tried to conduct a coalition to kind of take back the government structure in Yemen due to the lack of humanitarian aid coming through due to the Houthi control. And then 2017, various humanitarian aid agencies declared Yemen to be one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world, with thousands dying. And then now, kind of fast forwarding to today, with the beginning of the Israel-Hamas conflict, Houthis have been more involved with the conflict, especially on the Red Sea, which has resulted in more ignorance in the treating of humanitarian aid for the population.
So due to the conflict, there was a lot of humanitarian issues that we could have addressed, but we decided to focus on maternal health. Some of the reported causes of maternal health in Yemen include severe bleeding, infections, complications from unsafe abortions, and other underlying conditions. This graph shows the estimated number of women who died from maternal conditions per 100,000 live births. So as you can see, Yemen is greater than So all of these issues, though, are preventable and treatable if more aid is readily accessible. So the healthcare in Yemen is below average than other countries in the region and worldwide. So this healthcare quality index measures, the 0 is the worst that it could be and 100 is the best. And it's based on causes of death that could have been avoided with effective medical care. Again, we compared it to countries regionally, and project is aimed at combining the healthcare and maternal mortality ratio to provide midwife training and expand access to medical supplies.
So this project is based off of the CHIPS project, which is active in Yemen and operates through USAID, which expands the access to medical supplies. Additionally, this project is based off of the Strengthening Midwife Services project in Yemen, which expands the prevalence of midwife training and has been shown to significantly decrease maternal mortality in the region. Now, midwife training has many benefits, especially in a conflict zone, where midwives are able to kind of target medical events such as hemorrhaging and infections in their early stages, which can prevent many otherwise preventable deaths. Additionally, this can maintain the nation's human capital as we are keeping skills, specialized skills in the region. We're not relying on borrowed doctors. We're expanding this knowledge, which when otherwise like trained professionals have to evacuate the region, this knowledge stays and can continue to prevent deaths. Additionally, expanding medical supplies, specifically sterile medical supplies, can decrease risk of infection. And again, as Yemen's health infrastructure has crumbled, many people have lost access to these supplies. So by developing stronger supply chains through the area, we will be able to help midwives prevent these maternal deaths. Additionally, our final branch is targeting. This aims to forge stronger bonds with local communities as we will be going into more rural areas and dealing with such a sensitive subject, dealing with pregnant women. We need to increase local buy-in, make people comfortable with trained professionals coming in, teaching women, going into households. Additionally, this can help with data collection as there is no government agency currently collecting data, we will rely on local communities to target areas with higher maternal mortalities, riskier pregnancies, lower access to health infrastructure.
And then finally, how will we implement this research? So we'll be using randomized groups to select target treatment groups. So we'll have, also looking at the map really quickly, we see the conflict zone mostly in the west, also with the Red Sea. And so the treatment will be in villages with access to midwife projects, and then control villages with no access. And this data collection will be held through household surveys to kind of see how the effects of this treatment will affect the household in the region.
Additionally, there are many limitations to this project. First and foremost, that we will be operating in a current conflict zone. This can threaten supply chains. This can threaten medical professionals who are training new midwives. And this also threatens access to other resources such as food and power. Additionally, it will be more difficult to establish supply chains as conflict regions are subject to change. And additionally, with the current Houthi missile strikes in the Red Sea, this has made trade through that region more difficult. So increasing access to medical supplies can be threatened. Finally, surveys are known to have lower response rates in conflict zones. So that is why it's all the more important to foster connections with local communities to maintain this method of data collection outside of, again, different NGOs and, and government organizations operating data collection. We don't have that, so we need to foster local communities. And again, this image just right on the right side of this page, this is an example survey that we would bring out to different villages and help administrate data collection. Thank you. long as that might increase for participation. But local participation. Just incentives for local participation, including food access is very low in Yemen, especially considering Houthi weaponization of aid. So having like lentils or different foodstuffs available if people come and have this midwife training can definitely increase participation.
Having trouble because there's no agencies to get you this data, and you're relying on kind of local people. I was just wondering, was there any in the past recommendations to the government or attempts to create an agency to get you this info?
Yeah, so as I mentioned previously, Yemen is controlled by this militant group, which has kind of been the root cause of this humanitarian crisis. Because it's a militant group, it's a de facto government, so they're not working with the they're not cooperating with international agencies as recommended by various health organizations. So this is kind of a way to kind of get in contact with the actual people living in the region, kind of outside of the government, which will have its difficulties, definitely, but I think it's more of an alternative route because of the lack of international organizations really being able to cooperate with the Houthi militant group.
We actually have one more question from Professor Marlowe. What impact does the Houthi and the historical Yemeni endorsed school of Islamic law have on your proposal? Positive, negative, neutral, complicated?
Definitely complicated is an understatement. I believe that being able to engage in trust and having trustful dialogue and open dialogue, as one of the questions kind of suggested, is a very big issue. And as Charlotte mentioned before, being able to have a connection with the participants and the intervention is a really big way of kind of preventing that through having that one-to-one connection, building trust, because of course there are cultural differences that might be very much explicit in this, and trying to kind of build that trust between them regardless of those differences will be a challenge, but something that we're trying to make happen to help these women. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I had a question also for you. One more question. Would you be planning to use local community members and train them to become certified midwives? Okay, as opposed to bringing in already certified people. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Charlotte mentioned earlier too that through training generations of women in Yemen, that allows for kind of a continuation of our treatment outside of just having people within the area. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Reggie Etienne, and
my name is Robert Villarini.
My name is Emily Lincoln.
And we will be presenting a project proposal on the education and poverty rates in Liberia. I will briefly go over the basis of our project intervention. I would like to preface that this is simply a project proposal. This has not been tested just yet. These are just ideas we've come up based on the data we've accumulated from Liberia. Our project proposal will examine 3 barriers in education. First being the lack of access to adequate education for low-income families. Second being child malnourishment rates. And the third being lack of financial aid for families that suffer with economic constraints. In order to combat these issues, our policy brief will invest in nutritional lunches for families through the collaboration of NGOs and local food drives at schools. In addition to that, we will offer participants scholarships and free tuition to students that attend regularly to classes. And lastly, we will provide financial awards to families to relieve and alleviate any pressure from families that suffer with economic constraints. Now I will be analyzing a graph taken from the World Bank, a study conducted in 2016. Over here, we are looking at why the lack of quality education continues to persist in Liberia. The main reason being that in 2016, these results of local areas estimated a percentage of 50.9% of people living below the national poverty line. And in addition to that, we saw that 71.9% of families in rural areas lived in below the poverty line. With these numbers alone, we could see that many families in Liberia are in dire need of access to quality education, but not only that, poverty also interconnects to this issue as well. With that being said, families that cannot have access to quality health care or quality school lunches due to money constraints poses a factor for students being able to attend schools. Now we will be looking at an overview of enrollment rates. This study is from ceicdata.com, which is also another source that the World Bank uses. Right on the x-axis, we are looking from years from 1999 to 2015. And on the y-axis is the amount of dropout rates in schools in Liberia. And we could see through this graph at the year of 2015, the trend is alarmingly high for students with the estimate of 453,290 dropout rates in that just year alone. So with that being said, we asked ourselves, what is the reason why so many kids are dropping out of school? And a particular reason for 2015 is that Liberia was suffering from an Ebola outbreak, which was causing schools to shut down and causing students to no longer attend classes due to symptoms. And Ebola has very severe symptoms, causing people to be in dire need of just bed rest. So with that being said, we plan for our policy intervention to tackle these constraints by promoting preventative tactics to not only just healthcare, but nutritional school lunches to inform parents that it is important to invest in not only just healthcare, but food for children in order to fuel the brains and promote kids to go to school. And moving on, Bobby will go over our policy intervention more in depth.
So our main research goal in this study is to find ways to incentivize households to to invest in their children's education. At the same time, we also want to highlight which inhibitors to enrollment are playing a significant role in the household's decision-making process. And so what we predict is that those three inhibitors that Fred, you mentioned earlier, being financial stress, health concerns, and misconceptions around education, each play at least some role in the decision-making process, although to varying degrees. In terms of misconceptions, one of the main issues in Liberia, besides just a lack of information about the benefits to education, is on-time enrollment. So a lot of students within Liberia are actually being enrolled 2 to 3 years too late, and this makes the development process more difficult for both the students and the teachers. So for our study, we would use a randomized control trial in rural areas of Liberia, where each intervention focuses on one of those inhibitors. So the first intervention would focus on an information campaign in which pamphlets are distributed to households for a 3-month period before enrollment. These pamphlets would convey 2 messages. The first being that early education is important to future economic gain, and the second being that on-time enrollment plays a major role in seeing those benefits to education. So what we're doing there is we're not only incentivizing households to invest in education, but we're also making sure that they're doing it the right way. Our second intervention simply waives enrollment fees for households. And then our third intervention involves end of the month housewarming gifts and free lunch promotions for students that enroll. And so what this does, it helps us combat malnutrition in Liberia, which could contribute to illnesses. And it also gives future studies a way to put more nutritious foods towards children in Liberia. And then, of course, at the end, we would also have a control group to compare to.
So as we've said before, this is not an actual project that we've completed. This is just a proposal. So the outcomes that we would be tracking if we had actually done this study would be the enrollment rates going out of the project, which we would be measuring immediately before we implemented our interventions and about 5 years after, just to see how long-lasting our results were. And so to track these outcomes, we would look obviously at the enrollment rates themselves, but then we would also be conducting surveys with families of school-aged children. And we would be asking what their perceptions were about early childhood education. And we would be asking them how important they thought early enrollment was and how much value they themselves place on education, just to kind of get a metric of where we left off with the survey. And then the implications of this would hopefully be to further the education enrollment rates in Liberia, which we would be using surveys and enrollment rates and all of that fun stuff to come together to an agreement. The alternatives that we did not implement in our proposal could be providing direct monetary aid to families with school-aged children and implementing health classes to inform children about nutrition and illnesses, just to kind of help with what we do in the U.S., where if you're sick, stay home. And as for future work, we would be potentially expanding in other areas of Liberia to see if the enrollment issues could be related to a more agrarian lifestyle, just to see if you get closer to a more urban population, is there still that expectation of children staying home to help out with their families, as in agrarian societies, a lot of children have to work on farms to help feed their families. A few problems with the alternatives is that it would rely on the NGO or the people who are conducting the proposal to actually get funding to give money directly to the families. And it would also rely on the family to use the stipend to actually feed their child and educate them. And as for the health classes, it would rely on the parents being able to afford the more nutritious foods and being able to afford to keep their child out of school. Are there any questions?
We have a question from Professor Marlowe, more of a comment. Malnutrition also contributes to the lack of effectiveness of an interest in education, which can lead to those who had been enrolled dropping out again. Even if they returned, gaps matter.
For that second intervention, which was waiving enrollment fees, those two interventions essentially do a similar thing where they're mitigating costs for the household. But in terms of giving kids that free lunch, yes, it is supposed to help kind of make sure that extra money goes towards giving those kids more advantages in their education and making sure they're receiving the right food to effectively educate themselves.
And he added, if children are needed at more or less standard times, couldn't the school calendar be varied? If the children are needed at more or less standard times, couldn't the school calendar be varied?
It could be varied, but in our research, we found that because it's such a mix of on-time and not on-time enrollment, it's such a long period, that 2 to 3 years, that those students like physically are missing out on a crucial period of development. And so when you start education 2 to 3 years late, of course you can tailor the education to accommodate for that, but the actual physical changes that students go through make that a little more difficult to account for.
He added, I mean that one could take off the month of harvest.
Yeah, that's absolutely something they could do as well for the project, especially like as Emily was talking about, the agrarian-centered lifestyle like issue. Yeah, the latter to that. So students are going into first grade about 2 or 3 years too old. Yeah.
You talked about supplying food and money to the families. Would you consider having a program tailored something like our WIC program that you get credits towards only certain healthy foods, that you can't really use it for other things than nutritional food?
Yeah, so I know we mentioned those end of the month gifts to families, so that could definitely include kind of restricted benefits. So the families would have to invest in specific areas around health. So it could go beyond just nutrition, and it could actually go into issues around vaccines that other studies have gone into.
A great presentation. Thank you. It was a great presentation. My question is, through providing direct monetary aid, could that enable competition within the communities, and how would you combat that?
Absolutely, it could lead to competition in between the communities. I'm not sure how exactly we would combat that. Again, these are the alternatives that we didn't really explore for our proposal. I imagine that they could do something similar to what we do, at least where I'm from, where if you live in a certain area, you go to a certain school, and it takes a lot of effort to go into a different school. So I'm assuming we would have to implement something like that.
Professor Marlowe added to an earlier point, and we know that age variation in lower grades can have serious social consequences, bullying, and more.
So when it comes to providing the monetary incentive as well as the food incentive, do you guys have a plan if you find out that, let's say, like a family is taking advantage of that incentive and using it for, let's say, themselves instead of helping their children?
I imagine we would have to have repercussions in effect, but we would have to be careful with that because we would not want to deprive the family entirely of the resources that we're giving them, because then that could negatively affect the child and the child's welfare.
Probably last question. As an agrarian society, are the families planting foods for themselves or mostly to sell? And if they're planting for themselves, would you also give advice on the healthy, sustainable foods that could be grown there?
So that could be a part of that alternative that Emily was talking about. And yes, they do provide food for themselves. That area, the sub-Saharan Africa, does experience a lot of issues with food scarcity. And so, like Emily said, another alternative we could do is actually teaching children within their education how to make sure that the foods they're eating are healthy, and that they're planting the right foods and making sure they're getting the most out of their harvest.
One last. So do you know why parents are starting their kids off at school later and not earlier?
There's not an exact reason that we found. Part of it could be for those health concerns, which is why we wanted to include that specific intervention. Another issue I know is that Liberia has experienced a number of civil wars in which children were enlisted to fight. So that might also just be an effect where children's education is kind of seen as less important for families, and so maybe they're saving up until later and they don't really understand that the early education is an important process because children haven't gone through education for a while as a result of those civil wars.
Sorry, I would also like to add on to that part of the reason why parents are not putting their children in school earlier enough could also be due to early teen pregnancy for young girls. So that also causes a position for girls to step out of school pretty early. So with our policy intervention, we would also like to put after school interventions that teach sex education and HIV and AIDS awareness for students as a preventive tactic for girls, not only girls, but also boys as well.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our presentation. We're going to be talking about water sanitation in China, but more specifically, the Hunan province in northern China. My name is Allison Bodakin.
I'm Elizabeth Cantrell. I'm Mariana Soler. To start, we just kind of want to give some background on the country and the province in general that we're focusing on. The Hunan province is located in the south-central region of China, and it makes up for about 2.2% of the entire landmass of China. It then also comprises of 14 different administrative districts, some of which include the Changsha city, the Jizhu city, and the Zhangtang city, just to give a few. Annually, they have about 169.5 billion meters squared of an average water resource. And then out of this, 168.8 billion meters squared of it is surface water. But because of different typhoon, topographical issues and geography and different rainfall percentages, the average available water per year is about 83.5 billion meters squared. And 1,454 millimeters of precipitation do fall in the 3 months of the rainy season, which comprises about 50 to 60% in total of their water. In our presentation, we want to focus on Sustainable Development Goal number 6, focusing on clean water and sanitation. To do this, we want to implement integrated water resource management, or IWRM, enhancing infrastructure to help with sanitation in both rural and urban areas, and promoting community engagement along with NGOs and other private sectors to help us pay for the expenses of different changes that we want to see be made. Our objectives in general are to enhance water resource management, upgrade sanitation infrastructure, and have more community and stakeholder engagement as well as education. To enhance the water resource management, we want to look at promoting IWRM strategies as pointed out earlier, as well as promoting rainwater harvesting and using gray water resources. To help with sanitation infrastructure in modern areas, we want to put more modern technologies open in urban areas, and then in rural areas hope to either build new sanitation models or upgrade what is already there, depending on what the family can pay for. And then in the community, we want to do more education on the health benefits of having cleaner water, as well as just how to make sure water is better sanitized and what to look out for with waterborne illnesses. And then stakeholder engagement, we'll be looking at NGOs and private sectors, as I said earlier, for expenses to do with the building of this new infrastructure in both the urban and rural areas. With all of this work, we are expected to have outcomes of improved water quality and sanitation overall, as well as availability given the limited rainfall they have, as well as enhanced public health and knowledge and increased water conservation. Later on in this presentation, we're going to focus on the methods, how we want to calculate and evaluate the research and just the numbers that we get from this model.
The heart of the Hunan's economy beats with its agriculture, yet this vital sector contributes notably to the water pollution through the runoff of pesticides and fertilizers, livestock waste runoff, and improper disposal. The management of waste from our extensive livestock industries presents a daunting challenge. Improper disposals of livestock waste adds pathogens and heavy metals to our waste bodies, contributing further to the pollution load. The challenges is compounded by improper disposal of human waste. This practice leads to contaminations of our water supplies with dangerous pathogens, posing serious health risk to our population. Data for assessing water resources and socioeconomic adaptability mainly comes from the Hunan Statistical Yearbook and the Hunan Water Resources Bulletin from 2005 to 2020. This aids us in the statistical evaluation of water resources. From 2005 to 2006, most areas exhibited a fair or higher development level. However, from 2007 to 2014, rapid industrialization negatively impacted water resources utilization efficiency, causing a downgrade to a poor level in many regions. Combined with water pollution issues and relatively extensive production methods, all cities in the Hunan province experienced a poor level of water resources development, marking the lowest point between 2007 and 2014. Poor water sanitation poses various threats, such as health burdens due to disease transmitted through polluted water, such as cholera, dysentery, typhoid, hepatitis A, and polio. The health burden from waterborne diseases also translates into substantial economic costs. These include direct costs such as medical expansions and indirect costs such as loss of productivity and labor. When a significant portion of the community is ill, economic activities are hampered, slowing down development and exacerbating poverty, especially in low-income regions, leading to social disruption. Similarly, as we see a strain on the healthcare systems in areas where healthcare resources are already limited. Outbreaks of diseases due to water pollution can overwhelm systems, making it difficult to manage not only waterborne illnesses but other medical conditions as well. This overburdening can lead to inadequate treatment and increased mortality rates from treatable conditions. Water pollution is not only a health problem but also an environmental issue. Pollutants disrupt aquatic ecosystems, affecting the flora and fauna that depend on other water bodies, which leads to a decrease in biodiversity.
So now I'm going to kind of explain our initiative. So our Earth Closet initiative is what we're calling it, and it's modeled after Bill and Melinda Gates's toilet initiative. And basically, we would replace latrines in this area of China with higher tech ones that would not need to access sewer systems. They wouldn't need to access external water connections or electricity at all. And they would process the human waste on site and convert it into useful byproducts such as energy, cleaner water, or fertilizer for the soil. And this would significantly reduce the spread of diseases and aid the environment. And through our research, we've discovered that an estimated $6 billion in annual revenue by 2030 for the Chinese government, or economy, excuse me. And in addition to actual building and improving of already existing latrines, we wanted to implement educational programs in schools and in media campaigns to kind of explain the importance of clean water in this system. So, and we wanted to focus specifically on an individual level because our programs seem to be a lot more effective when tested with an individual. When it directly affects you, you obviously care a lot more about it. So we wanted to kind of follow that. But the way we will measure it is we wanted to focus on, as you can see, child mortality, the disease infection rates, what households believe about illness and disease before and after our educational programs, and what the households would do to dispose of the waste. So we would monitor waterborne diseases, kind of like Mariana mentioned, like cholera, typhoid, dysentery, et cetera. And we would take surveys or census or interviews, et cetera, to kind of get the data that we need about the child mortality rates before and after. We'd test it, we think, 5 years and 10 years after we implement our program. And in terms of the household beliefs and the waste methods, back to our education campaign, we would hold regular community workshops and obviously implement it in schools and implement it anywhere that the eyes can see, I guess. Specifically with the household waste disposal methods, the way we would measure that is whether households have access to these new latrines and whether they use them, whether households dispose of waste properly according to our model, and whether they practice safe water management in their households and in their communities. So yeah, that's our initiative. Thank you.
So in your presentation, you mentioned your sanitation system or local system that you're going to use. Are you thinking of using self-composting toilets?
I'm sorry?
Are you thinking of using self-composting toilets?
Yes, that's kind of what we were looking at in our research. So we wanted to take a look at self-composting toilets and see how we can improve it and tailor-make it to a more rural area. Because more rural areas tend to have higher levels of dirty water. So, yeah.
And are you thinking of using a system where you're going to separate the urine to be used for ammonia, and then the other waste then to be composted and used organically on the fields?
Yes, exactly.
A very good plan. Okay. Should be used here more often in the United States. Now, this directly goes back to ancient methods that were used in China, at least according to my Asian history when I was younger. But how, are the people still in tune with this? They're accepting of this kind of method?
That's why we wanted to try to implement education programs, because right off the bat, it seems very, it's a lot of change and a lot of movement, and that can be very difficult. So we wanted to slowly implement, especially in schools with younger children, and that will hopefully, down the generation, or as generations go along, there'll be a lot more knowledge present in the community.
Yes. Oh, okay. And lastly, on one of your early slides, you mentioned that animal waste is also an issue, as it is in many communities where you have limited land, water source, and animals. Is there something in place to either filter, cleanse that water, or to educate them that the animals have to use and be kept from the fresh potable water supply?
I think, yeah, we would definitely implement that into our educational programs. And in terms of the waste systems themselves, we would separate it between human and animal and, yeah, make that distinction very clear.
Okay, so I only make this comment because a few years ago, we were not allowed to serve the romaine lettuce here at the conference because it had become with contaminated water. Things like lettuce will just soak up the E. coli from the water source. Oh, thank you, very interesting.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophia Blackwood. Thank you for coming today. I'm with my peers Sophie and Dana, and today we're going to be talking about education equality and programs in Uruguay. So just before we really get into it, the reason we chose Uruguay was because we had an interest in Latin America and we wanted to choose a country that had a good education. For example, Uruguay is ranked 25th with their primary education. They're ranked 44th in secondary, meaning ages 9 to 12, I think it was, or grades 9 to 12, so high school. And then I think that they're ranked 25th in higher education, so college, universities, things like that. So we wanted to choose a country that had a good education, but we were curious as to why they needed education improvements. So just as a background, Uruguay's literacy rate is 98.77, so that's higher than a lot of other Latin American countries and a lot of other countries around the world. Their public education is free of cost, so this includes primary education, secondary, and public free universities. But less than 1/3 of Uruguayans complete secondary school, so that means that most of them don't complete high school. Grade repetition rate is also very high in Uruguay. It's one of the highest around the world, and it's the highest in Latin America. Students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds really get the brunt of this, and they complete school at much lower rates because they don't have access to better education or they don't have other access like other students may. Only 40% of young people in Uruguay manage to finish high school. And the current percentage of children completing secondary school is 64%, but 88% of age-appropriate children are enrolled in schools. So this shows a high percentage of dropout rates because you have 88% of children enrolled, but you only have 64% of completion. So that's why we were a little curious as to why this was happening. So dropout rates has led to more employment of young adults. However, it's also led to more dangerous activities and illegal activities such as drug consumption, drug sales, gang activity, and even violence.
Uruguay is also currently facing an inequality problem. At first glance, it might not appear as if Uruguay is facing this type of problem. Oh wait, I have to switch slides, sorry. In the region of Latin America, Uruguay has the least amount of inequality. Under the Gini index, Uruguay is rated 59.2%, right below the Gini index of the United States at 59.4%. But that being said, in the last 20 years, there has been no change in the amount of wealth held by the top 20%. It has remained at about 46.8%. There's also a massive inequality issue between white Uruguayans and Afro-Uruguayans. Afro-Uruguayans make up about 8% of the population. Yet, 22% live below the poverty line, which is double their white counterparts. Afro-Uruguayans are also systematically targeted and overrepresented in the prison system. There's also a massive wealth gap between white and Afro-Uruguayans, with Afro-Uruguayans earning 11% less. Now, a huge problem with inequality in Uruguay is currently has to do with the education program. The percentage of Afro-Uruguayans that drop out of high school is 18%, which is a higher percentage than any of the rest of the population. Now, having high dropout rates among Afro-Uruguayans can lead to can contribute to other inequalities that I have stated above. This creates a cycle of poverty that Afro-Uruguayans are unable to escape from.
With all of that information in mind, we have a few methods that we thought could potentially be good ways to address this. So first off, we thought of vocational training programs. As Sophia alluded to earlier, one of the reasons that a lot of people drop out is because they need to get into the workforce and support their households. So what we want to do is work with local community members and build up programs within high schools where students get the training to enter the job force and are able to do things like apprenticeships and internships and get paid for their work while still in high school and still completing their education, and get that as an alternative to a traditional degree. And again, having a mentorship aspect of that so that people can work forward and see what their future might look like if they stay in those careers that we are training them for in schools. And then an information campaign targeting families aged 12, with kids aged 12 to 17 years old. Then information on the training programs, on the rate of returns for education by year, and information on the public colleges, because public colleges are free public college is relatively new in Uruguay. The way that we want to approach this is by creating a number of groups. There would first be a control group that doesn't receive any of these treatments, a group that just receives the vocational training program, a group that receives the information campaign, and 3 groups within that, one that receives the information on public colleges, one that receives it on the vocational training, and one that receives it on the rate of returns for education, and then a group that receives both the vocational training program and information campaign. By creating that many groups, we can really isolate which treatments have the most benefits and which ones are most important to move forward with and create the most positive change. The way that we're going to measure how these things are done is by tracking graduation rates and the average number of years in school before and after the program starts. It's important to do both of these things because, as mentioned earlier, a lot of the dropout happens before students reach graduation by a significant number of years. So even if over a period of time the increased number of years in school increases, 1, 2, 3 years over time, even if it doesn't get them to graduation, that is still improving what was already there. Tracking the employment trajectory of participants, so seeing where students are going, what they end up with. If they were in the vocational training program, do they stay in those vocations? Do they extend beyond that? Comparing incomes of households before and after the program, so seeing if this is helping the socioeconomic status of those families within those programs. And then also tracking the dropout rates of the programs at the end of high school, just monitoring those and making sure that those are staying consistent. We have a few ways to do this. One is doing household surveys, which would help gauge where households feel about these, in addition to how far students go with them. And then since most of this is partnered with schools, most of this is also information that we could get from the schools. Surveys from families and households would be the priority because they do allow us to get that insight as to how students who have been in the programs feel, how the families of those students feel. But if we have any issues with that, we always have the backup of the schools.
And with that, are there any questions?
In the education aspect of your project, I know in the very beginning you mentioned how some people were dropping out and they were going into, life of crime and stuff like that. In that education aspect, is that going to be an aspect of that, of educating people on how they can try to avoid that and the dangers of that?
Yes, so a lot of that circles back to them needing some sort of income for their household or some sort of food or protection. So having these vocational training programs would give them a route to payment and a route to supporting their families that doesn't necessitate going into criminal activity or joining a gang. And so there would be education on the harms of that while we're promoting the campaign to show that it's an alternative to that.
So, a couple of things. One is more of a suggestion. So when you're collecting data for measuring results, maybe tracking the students over the years and seeing if they have criminal records or not, or criminal activity could be another way of seeing if this helps in reducing criminal activity. The other thing, and this is a question, is when you talked about the information campaigns and you had these three different sets of information campaigns, can you tell us a little bit more about what information are you giving about public school, vocational training, returns to education?
Yes, I'll move back to that slide so you can kind of get an idea of some of it. So the information for the rate of return for education, I'll start with that one, would be information on how each year that a child is in school improves their life after graduation and increases their potential earnings. And so showing that by keeping them in school, even though if it's not giving you as much money as you may want right now, in the long run, it will help, and showing how staying in school can boost your socioeconomic status. Then with the public education, Uruguay has done a lot recently to make public colleges more affordable and to make them free. And so making sure that families know about that families know that those programs are free, that if their student finishes high school, how much college is going to benefit them, and the fact that they won't have to pay to go for it. So making sure that they understand that it's accessible, and also providing information on some of the programs that are there that may be something that people are interested in, and just really enforcing that they know what those public colleges offer and how accessible they are. And then with the information about the vocational training programs, just talking about what they are, what the goal of them is, what the different aspects are going to be. Maybe saying at these high schools we have vocational training in electrician work and plumbing. At these ones we have more of a focus on agricultural work and cooking, and really just demonstrating where those are and what kind of careers you can go into with those vocational educations.
Would you also be considering including something like a GED program where they could work and then get their certification, diplomas, whatever, in a coordinated program?
Yes, so that is what ideally this program would be, is the primary focus would be on the work and the training that they are receiving, and they would still be maintaining some of those classes that are required, but the focus wouldn't be on the traditional elective status where you take a number of classes that you may or may not be interested in. It would be specifically focused on you do your requirements to get your diploma, and then you focus on work and that vocational training.
And would be the internships and work be full year or just during semester? Or
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
would
that.
it be a full year program for the internship, or would it be like by semester different jobs, or?
I think that would depend a lot on what there was interest in, and this is a training program that's based on community involvement, so seeing how the community gets involved, what kind of commitments community members can make to helping these programs.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Our presentation is about the reduction of anemia among Cameroonian women of reproductive age. Before we get started, my name is Stephen DeLuise. I'm accompanied by my peers, Tristan and Judy. So let's hop into the issue at hand. So Cameroonian women of reproductive age are suffering from nutritional issues, primarily that of anemia. 44% of these women are suffering from anemia, which is slightly down from the 50% in 2000. However, keep in mind that 44% is higher than the regional average and is predominantly, in the Anglophone region, largely affecting poverty-stricken and minority groups. Another factor of anemia is that it can stunt the growth of children born from anemia with those women that are stricken from it, and stunted growth can negatively impact the livelihood, education, and economic aspects of Cameroon and its youth. In fact, stunting reduces lifetime earnings by 10%, and this is integral for economic growth, so you can see why this is such a big issue, and that is from the National Institute of Health. Next, I'm going to turn it into the solutions we have.
The solution we came up with was the Lucky Iron Fish Project. It was originally designed for a sustainable development project in 2009. It now has a presence in over 88 countries, including Madagascar, India, and Peru. So really having a worldwide impact. We believe, or over the course of its implementation in these other countries, it is shown to have a 43% reduction in anemia rates. It's very simple to use. All you need to do is boil your water or soup or whatever you're making for that meal. Put the lucky fish in. If it's just water, you add a little bit of citrus to help activate it, and then you're able to enjoy your meal that is very iron rich now. So we figured it would be a good solution to the anemia issues in Cameroon due to how easy it is to use and how it has been proven to be effective in the past.
All right, and then the next question is our methodology and how we're actually going to make this happen. We will be relying on a randomized control testing, which is very standard within the field of sustainable development. Our test is going to be 33% of groups are just given nothing. This is the control group. Second will be a 33% of treatment areas will be able to get the ironfish, and then basic information of what it is and what it does and how to use it. But finally, we'll look at groups who get the fish and then also have access to more thorough information about wider areas of understanding nutrition at a deeper level instead of just how to use this fish, what it does, and how it will impact their future. And as for where we're doing this, we're going to be focusing on the northwestern region of Cameroon, which right now is stricken with a low-level secessionist conflict, but we feel safe moving workers into the area because of the high concentration of minority groups, both Anglophone and of minority ethnic groups. They have been hardest hit by anemia and have been stricken the most, and so we believe it is worth going into these areas to offer the most help to the people who need it the most. And finally, what we're looking at to evaluate the actual results of our project. The main one is we're going to be looking at the economics of the cycle as a whole. The issue is cost, mostly. There is a 5-year life cycle on these fish. They're good for 5 years. And so we'll be looking at it throughout the extent of their life cycle to decide what would be most effective, to either sell these fish to the people on the ground, give them, or subsidize them. This is the main thing we're looking at as the cost efficacy of moving forward with the project. Second, we'll be looking at the health of the women, both physically and cognitively, asking them how brain fog feels after the treatment or during the treatment to see if it has a tangible effect, their lethargy and ability to work, And then also we're going to be looking at the health of the children born within this project and compare them to children born before the project who were born to women with anemia. See what education rates look like, general earnings moving into the future, and a more holistic understanding of the health of the children, both socially, physically, and cognitively moving forward. And finally, the biggest roadblock to this project being effective is the use of citrus. It is an extra variable that is hard to account for, so we'll be asking about its use and seeing if the further information assists with the use of the citrus. It is vital for the project to be at its most and for the lucky fish to be at its most effective. So that is something we're going to be tracking very closely, is the use of these additional citrus to help activate the fish. And with that, if there are any questions, we are more than ready to answer them.
So I know you said that the cost was the biggest thing you're trying to figure out. What is the approximate cost of one of the fish? Do you know that, and how that compares to what people in the area would be able to pay for one?
I have a rough idea of it. I don't remember it exactly. I believe it is around $25, which is high, which is why we're looking at seeing the effectiveness and then also measuring that compared to the cost. Because there are options to subsidize it with funding or to just give it to the communities that need it. So looking forward to see if the cost to us as the project leaders is equivalent to the cost of like moving it out and see if what makes sense moving forward. Leah?
I was just wondering about what would be the difference between a quick instruction of the citrus supplement use versus a detailed instruction of that. What is the details for that?
Absolutely. So the more basic one would be what it is. It'll increase the amount of iron you get, why that matters. But then the more in-depth ones will explain further into how like micronutrient deficiencies affect your children and yourself and in general. So like adding stakes to it to see like how is it necessary to have this extra training to get the effects that we're looking for, and then just moving forward with that. So it would be more of an understanding of what the like deeper effects are of using this product.
How versus a why.
Exactly, yeah, including why and how, like more along those lines.
I was wondering, in your measurements, are you also going to track whether the households are actually using the iron fish? So you'll see the results, but you don't know whether it's because they've used it or not. So that's one thing.
Yes.
And the other question is like, different cultures or even different people within Cameroon, different ethnic groups may have different preferences.
Yes.
For food. So do they like fish, not like fish? In which case, do they want to toss in something that looks like a fish into there?
Exactly.
Just because we're talking about behavioral things, right?
Yes.
This might be harder to catch on than others.
Absolutely. I just forgot to mention both of those. Yes, we'll be tracking the usage of the fish because that's obviously the basis of what we're doing. And then in terms of the consumption of fish, I believe in our paper and like within our data, we found that Cameroon has 175% of suggested dietary intake of fish. So it is a very important part of the diet. Being also having the most affluent parts of the country being on the coast, and then also up the river, there's thoughts that maybe even if it's outside of areas where fish is usually found, there's a good chance that fish will be seen as a more affluent food, so it'll be aspirational to use it as well. So there's both what they're used to and also what they would like to be able to eat moving into the future. So we believe the fish is actually an amazing shape for the region that we're introducing it to.
You mentioned that the use of citrus with this enhanced the absorption.
Yes.
One, do they have a local source of the citrus, or are you going to provide a concentrate, say, in a bottle from another one to sprinkle in there?
Yes, there is a, it's not their largest industry. It is not one of their biggest exports, but they do produce lemons within the country. And with that, there's also other options for like concentrates. I believe it's called True Citrus, I believe, which is like a little packet of like dehydrated citrus juice. So there are options moving forward, but we would like to be able to rely on local production and consumption of locally produced lemons. That is an excellent question. I have not personally used it before, so I don't know. Professor Alam?
I haven't tried one of those, but I do have a cast iron pan that I use regularly, and it doesn't affect the taste. It does help. It does help, yeah. Right. And my understanding it is you just toss it into whatever you cook.
Yeah, what's nice about the fish is how universal it is. Because with cookware, there's some applications where it's just not useful. And it's like, this is more universal. Yeah. Yeah. They actually tried that in 2009 when it was designed for Cambodia, and they found that the usage rates of just the iron ingot were super low. And the reason was like, you don't put metal in food. And so like, if it's a fish shape, they're more inclined to put it in the food just because that's what you put there. All right, thank you guys very much.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Hi, I'm Ryan. Hi, I'm Ryan. I am a senior at Seton Hall studying international relations and philosophy. And our presentation today is Empowering Ethiopia, a Journey Towards Sustainable Development Through Expanded Participation in Higher Education. As you can see, we're up for Longest Name Award, so really excited about that. So before we get into our project, I kind of want to establish a baseline for Ethiopia itself. It's one of the fastest developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. It has a population of a little over 120 million people. And its current GDP per capita is a little bit over $1,000, but it has come a very long way from where it was. As you can see, in terms of poverty, it has gone from 44% in 2000 to 30% in 2011, constituting a reduction in poverty for almost 15 million Ethiopians in that 10-year period. And while this is super impressive and they made a lot of progress in the area of economic development, they're held back by a couple of key areas, one of them namely being education. There is a significant expansion in investment for educational infrastructure and the building of new schools itself. However, what hasn't kept up is other resources important to sustain educational enrollment and continuous enrollment. They have a graduation rate of 13.8%, which puts them in the bottom 20 worldwide. And the average years of school that a student will attend is currently about 3.2 years. So which is one of the lowest in Africa. And this causes some key educational issues. They have a significant gap in literacy. Only about 1 in 10 Ethiopian students are able to read a basic English 4th grade level sentence, which causes a significant issue in terms of access to different resources. And a couple of problems that create this is lack of teachers. The student-to-teacher ratio in Ethiopia is currently 72:1, which is about triple the typical American high school average, so it's a very big adjustment. There's also a chronic issue of teacher absenteeism. About 40% of teachers are absent from their own classroom at any given time in Ethiopia, which also poses a significant problem. And there's also the issue of mode of education in terms of language, where while all primary schools are educated in whatever the local dialect is, all secondary and tertiary education is conducted in English, which especially with this sharp pivot with little English education resources, leaves a lot of students confused about what they're learning and how to proceed forward. So sorry. I just wanted to quickly add on, this is a graph of USAID investment in Ethiopian projects by sector. This is kind of indicative of where investment in Ethiopia is going at large. As you can see, the main areas are economic growth and humanitarian initiatives, as well as health initiatives. This small purple sliver right here represents educational investment, demonstrating a significant potential for growth in this area.
Right, as Brian mentioned, one of the major issues that hinders growth in Ethiopia is the inadequate education, specifically in terms of language barriers. Because, as he mentioned, because most of the education, if not all the education at the primary level, is conducted at the discretion of the community, but more often than not in the local dialect, all secondary and up education is conducted in English, which causes too steep of a learning curve for students to properly take in the lessons and retain the information that they're being taught. So, in order to overcome the worst of the effects of this language barrier, we believe that the focus on English education in Ethiopian primary education should reflect the level of English that students will be met with upon their transition to secondary schooling and above. And we seek to improve the quality of English education in Ethiopia as a means of supporting the education quality at higher levels, and propose providing English education tutoring to instructors in rural villages where colloquial English is less common in the more urban areas of the country, so that they remain on track with their English education in order to better understand lessons and expand their retention. This would necessitate a tiered coach-like approach to address instructors and bolster their capabilities over time. So for this, we propose that 1-year intensive English education training be offered to high potential teachers from randomly selected schools among those with average and above average English or teacher attendance and below average teacher attendance, with scholarships, financial aid, or compensation for full or part-time programs at regional colleges sponsored by organizations such as the EDC or Plan International. This will help develop English fluency without adding undue burden on a participant's income. Graduates would then return to primary schools as trainers, and they would mentor their fellow instructors while also receive in-local training for teaching themselves. The resulting snowball effect would elevate local capabilities while rewarding and bolstering talent and skill that already exists and is underdeveloped. Taking into consideration the teacher absentee problem, like I mentioned, instructors that are consistently present will be prioritized among the potential pool of tutoring candidates, which should have the combined effect of ensuring that both resources go to those who will take the most advantage of them and maybe provide an incentive for teachers to attend more. The random selection would help us determine whether the intensive training programs serve these intended effects and whether it is more or less effective for schools or in schools or for teachers that were already present less often. This is the first step of our proposal because, like my colleague Brian will mention, there needs to be an incentive for this to work in the first place.
How you doing, guys? To best optimize the effects of maximizing English instruction at the lower level of education in Ethiopia, we must also maximize enrollment and continued study. How do we do that? Meal plans. In communities where families struggle with low income and poverty, the dispersion of meals at school can help ease the strain of the financial burden on families. There's a couple of these plans in place already. Unfortunately, they only hit about 8% of the total landscape of Ethiopia. This is due to landscapes, inter-community intricacies, and household nuances. This free lunch program will be rolled out to a random selection of schools, both with the Improved English Initiative and without. By doing so, we'll be able to track and compare the short and long-term effects of the proposed initiatives, both individually and conjointly, allowing for a much more robust understanding of those effects and how they can be improved if carried out on a larger scale. Through free lunch programs, children receive at least one meal a day at school, and parents may be more inclined to send them to school. And this will also help the families save on income that they would be, spending for meals at home that they can save, and it'll ultimately compound over time. Providing meals for students in schools can offer an incentive for children to attend school, and can also act as somewhat of a cushion for those in poverty. We acknowledge that income is not only the contributing factor to the high dropout rates in rural Ethiopia. Other obstacles such as distance between homes and schools also play a significant role. However, we also acknowledge that these effects of food insecurity and starvation can seriously hinder a student's capacity to learn and retain information. Nutrition at a young age is very important for brain development, cognition, and other important features for growth. The successful execution of both aspects of our proposed project will target and improve the quality of education at the primary level, as well as enrollment and dropout rates at the secondary and tertiary levels. And that's it. Any questions?
Where will your program be obtaining the funds to roll this out?
We're gonna propose maybe the UN or any international organization that's willing to step up. This is an area that does need help. Like I said, plans are in place currently, and the plans that were in place previously have not worked at all.
Because they have existing programs that are similar to this already. The World Food Program has also cited other relevant organizations and corporations that have made, like I said, similar projects in the past. So we'll most likely be reaching out to this.
We can reach out to them and see what they did, what worked for them, what we can do differently. Mainly it's the landscape of Ethiopia, very rural, very spread out. If we can find a way to work around that, then I think our plan would be perfect.
Yeah, so I just had a genuine question. So do you know what these meal plans consist of?
So we're going to work with the local population and see what traditional food works. We're not going to give them stuff that they don't like, obviously. But it has to be very calorically dense. Macronutrients are huge. Like I said, these are young children. They need all the nutrients they can get. So clean water, traditional meals, substance.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Professor?
So I was wondering, for the school lunches, are they tied to the tutoring, or is the tutoring occurring after school? So how does that play out?
Training would probably be a better term. You'll be training instructors during school time in a more effective way. The school lunch program, the reason for why we think that would be effective is because of the teacher absentee and the student absentee program. We don't think that the training would have the maximized effects if there are no students in the department or no teachers with actively, report that. So we think that by incentivizing attendance in this way, we can maximize the attendance and increase the operation English training.
One of the biggest reasons why kids aren't going to school is because when you get to working age, and you're living below the poverty line, we have to work. So if we can find a way to kind of circumnavigate that, that'll help out a lot, we believe. So, yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I attended a webinar yesterday on colonialism and disasters. And there was a book that was mentioned that might be interesting to you in your work. Decoloniality, Concepts, Analytics, and Praxis. I can come up afterwards and give you the site. The gist of this is to not enter into these kinds of partnerships without taking into account the folks who could be colonialized all over again, particularly in these kind of communities. But this book is really good because it'll give you an idea of how to turn that decolonization into praxis.
Sure, yeah, we can talk after this. That'd be great. Thank you.
So we just wanted to provide the best possible transition from those two levels of schooling rather than completely eradicating it. I wanted to point that out because that was I come across that way.
Also, if they do become proficient in English, that's another tool for their toolbox. They can study abroad or, and it's a new language, so.
But also going off on what was just said, this is, the subject of colonization is particularly important in Ethiopia as well because they're proud that they were actually never colonized.
Hi there. Are there any primary schools over in Ethiopia that teach in English that you can use as a control to see whether, like, what the attrition rate from a English primary to an English post-primary versus a native language to a post-primary English-speaking schools? Thank you.
I think when it comes to the language of instruction, in a lot of developing low-income countries, you'll see that government schools are in the local language with English or French or whatever as a second language there as well. But private schools will probably, you'll find both in the local and the English language. So that's why you're probably having a hard time. If you look at urban areas, you might find more.
Thank you, guys.
We just kind of toggle between. Yeah. So I'll open up both of them. They're just all here, like in alphabetical order by first name. So that'll be, you'll find it under the PowerPoint. Well, editing in both, because I think you need to. Did you have the clicker you wanted to plug in?
Yes.
You should be good. I actually have to leave for a meeting. Somebody should be relieving me, but if not, I think you can.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Marie Diawai, and today for one of my research projects, I'll be discussing an evaluation of the impact versus public versus private high school attendance on SAT score success. So to start off, while completing my literature review for this project, I found that the results fell into two distinct camps. On one hand, you had a set of papers arguing that attending a public versus private high school does have a significant impact, though they disagreed on where that impact came from. Particularly, they disagreed on whether public school attendance had a positive or negative impact on total score success or a component of score success, such as the SAT verbal score. On the other hand, you had another set of papers that argued that attending a certain type of high school was not necessarily significant. In comparison, it was particularly student profile characteristics, such as their age, gender, race, their gender, race, their family's income, as well as other schools' characteristics such as the classroom size. And in addition to that, I want to note that in a 2013 survey conducted to interview Georgia parents of those whose kids received the Gold Scholarship, some of the reasons that they cited for sending their kids to private school included a better learning environment, education, and college preparation. So, in a hectic admissions landscape, should parents consider transitioning their kids from one type of school to another for that advantage in college preparation in the form of standardized testing? So to test that out, the model that I have up here is my theory on what certain variables impact total SAT score success. So both your math and your verbal score combined together. The independent variables that I use include public schools, so whether or not they attended a public or private school, their gender, their family income adjusted to a unit of $1,000 increase or change, and then whether or not the student is a student of color. And then in addition to that, the method I used to estimate the individual impact of these variables on the total SAT score success was the method of ordinary least squares, which essentially aims to measure the impact of each of these individual variables, seeing what estimated results they produce, and comparing that and trying to minimize the difference between what that observation actually produced versus what the model produced. My data comes from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, 1997, so kids who were interviewed from 1991 up to 94, so those cohorts, and that's based on a data set of 960 observations taken from that. So my results here, on the right-hand side, you'll see, looking at the variables of public school attendance and gender, those variables were not found to be significant, whereas adjusted family income, so a $1,000 change in income, as well as being a student of color were. So significance in this case would be, so let's say we look at the variable of being a student of color. If the impact of being a student of color was actually 0, the probability of getting that 151-point decrease would be less than 5%. So that means that there is a distinct impact of this variable on total SAT score success, looking at the impact of each of these variables separately. So I want to note that the variable that I sought to evaluate in this project, which was public school attendance, under this metric of 5% significance, not actually found to be significant, have a significant impact. So using that variable to categorize students in the relationship of their family's income to their scores, so using it as a category, you'll see that the metric, the trend line of measuring that relationship between those two groups is not necessarily distinct from each other. In fact, we can see that they actually cross over at about 90K. And then using that information, that categorization of data, you'll see that being a public school student and a student of color, as well as being a public school student and a student was found to be significant under that measure again of 5%. So being a public school student and a student of color led to about a 161-point decrease, as well as being a public school student and seeing your family's income increase by $1,000 saw a 0.896-point increase in total SAT score. So as I mentioned, being a public versus private high school student actually didn't have a significant impact on the total SAT score success. But I found here that the variable of being a student of color was. So shifting gears, I used being a student of color or not as my next way of categorizing the data. So you'll see here, using the same metric of significance of a 5% level, you see that being a student of color and attending a public school was found to be significant, as well as the relationship of family income to SAT score success for both students of color and non-students of color. I do want to note, though, that compared to this graph here, where the impact of being a public school student wasn't necessarily distinct on that relationship between income and scores, whereas here it was found to be significant, where students of color who experienced a $1,000 increase in their total $1,000 increase in their family's income experience a higher point impact compared to those non-students of color. And you can see that the distinction between being a student of color and not a student of color on this chart here, where the trend lines, so estimating that relationship, once again, between a student's family income and their total SAT score was found to be distinct. So in conclusion, I thought about this trying to see if that advantage that those parents had written in their survey was found in standardized testing, and in conclusion, it's not, so it must be visible in another of student success and prep for college. So maybe GPA. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Thank you.
I'm curious about the data set was.
Yes.
A little bit less than 1,000 in this sample.
Yes.
How representative was that sample, like nationally, or where was it from? And would you be interested in replicating these results using current data? Just curious.
To start off, this data was from the U.S. Census Bureau. So essentially, the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth was essentially designed to interview these individuals every year, even up to the COVID-19 pandemic, to see how these starting variables of like what kind of school they attended and stuff, how that affected their like income and their like way of living in the present. So I would love to recreate this. One of the difficulties I had in completing this project was that you'd think that the College Board, they offer a lot of data sets to show how certain regions, how the country does nationally, but in terms of specific data sets and seeing like how public versus private high school attendance and how different attendance at different schools, even race and gender and even like faith, for example, it's interesting how starting in, I believe, 2017, 2018, they stopped recording and sharing that information publicly. So I would love to do that kind of research and maybe in fact focus on middle states and seeing how that kind of, how that region differs from this national sample that I found, as well as middle states versus other areas of the country.
Thank you.
Am I supposed to push this button?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Shows us. Yeah. So, let's see. I want to add that I understand that kind of impact, like certain things that are not necessarily captured in these variables can be necessarily recorded. So for example, different cultural differences about like education and setting and having that like long-term trend of maybe certain groups send their kids to one type of school versus another. So in terms of the model, I would say any kind of impacts that I missed there would be captured in my error term that essentially captures specific noise that I missed. But in terms of different relationships within communities, I think, I guess, a way of solving that, that there may be a discrepancy in scores and how like that, how the relation of family income to scores based on like a student's grades. I think it would have to be, I think one of the things I wanted to acknowledge in this project, or something to be considered in the future, that maybe looking at the school more holistically rather than focusing on these specific metrics, race, and seeing how those schools acknowledge certain discrepancies in education for these groups. So while I may not have answered ontologically, I feel like my future research could benefit from looking at how schools aim to assist these groups. And maybe, for example, let's say there's one school, and it's like one school that provides like teaching for groups that are specifically underrepresented in education, for example. I feel like maybe if there's a way to measure like how many schools have these kind of, or have these kind of initiatives available, and seeing how that might have an impact.
Just do a quick follow-up and give you just advice as you move forward. Since we know, at least here in New Jersey and probably around the country, public education is rather raced. And so as income moves up, people move into better communities where the schools will be better. So if there's a way for you to control for which children come from communities of color that are pretty marginalized, and then go to private schools, that might be the key.
Just to add on to that, were there other variables that could be added on top of what Dr. Mirabella was mentioning, like first generation? And then on top of that, kind of digging into people or persons of color, is this defined as non-white in this? Okay, so it's defined as non-white.
To answer your question, Doug, I want to start off by saying, based on this data set, the way that they categorized it was, so essentially students who were either Black, Hispanic, or mixed race, those were the main metrics that they measured. So I want to say that this data set was dated, that it did include certain groups based on when it was reported to start off. And then in addition to that, can you repeat the first question?
In terms of first generation, or maybe you can think about like other variables you would want to add to this to really kind of dig into.
So one variable, a couple variables I wanted to include, which I realized could be a bit correlated with family income, is that when you think about standardized testing and SAT testing, your first thought is you think of Kaplan, you think of those programs that are designed to essentially help boost the student's score that maybe if they just didn't have that kind of assistance, maybe their score would turn out different. So I feel like a metric that could be used would be how much was spent on that kind of like testing prep could be really variable, though there could be some relation between that and family income that might mess up the data bit. I also wanted to include one thing that was especially included in a lot of the papers I read was the student's GPA. And while some papers disagreed or agreed, some papers, there's a bit of tension on whether GPA could be a useful metric or not. In fact, one paper I read that evaluated Ball State University and seeing how that impacted student scores, their GPA, like the impact of having a strong GPA in high school, and any effect on positive effect that it had on your scores that kind of diminished after a while. So while that may create some tension, GPA and spending on SAT prep would be two variables I'd like to consider.
Yes. So, a couple of things. So one is going back to what Maribel just said about. So, that's basically saying that whether you're a person of color and family income are probably, they have a relationship, right? So you're picking up some multicollinearity. And so instead of doing an OLS, you might want to try a 2SLS, or two-step method, where, it's kind of a Heckman model where you're saying that, okay, who goes to public school versus who goes to private school? So based on that, then you do the family income.
Definitely, yeah, I'd like that to come to you after that.
Sure. So that's one.
Yes.
The other is, so you split up the first regression into person of color versus non-person of color, right?
This one would be...
No, the second one.
Oh, yeah, yes.
But when you're splitting the sample, your number of observations go down. You can actually do this in the first, in a single regression by doing an interaction. Right. And so then you have all your observations over there, and so you're not missing observations. Right? And so the way you do the interaction would be, say, that you go back to the one before. Where you have to have the specification.
Yes.
Yeah. So right there, you'd have family income plus POC plus, let's say, beta 5 would be family income times POC. Because POC is a binary income.
Yes, it's a number. Right. Yes, yes.
So that way, you could actually have the impact of family income, of POC, and the added impact of being a person of color on the family.
Thank you so much. Yes. Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you. Why are we? Oh. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah. This one? Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Shoulders down.
Yes, I have that up right here. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for listening to my previous presentation. So shifting gears now, I want to discuss my study abroad experience through the political science and public affairs course, Philanthropy and Christianity in France. I took this program in summer 2023. Not only did I have a good time, it gave me the opportunity to research and talk to figures firsthand in a case study of immigration. So before I get into that case study, I want to discuss two values that we heavily discussed during our time in the southeast region of France in the town of Prairie-les-Monial. So in this course, we discussed two key values of charity and philanthropy. So to start off, one of the thinkers that we had discussed in this program was Saint Ignatius in his letter of universal charity. And I found this value represented in the nuns of the monastery of the Visitation, because though they had a sequestered oath and they came from different countries throughout the world, and they had mentioned they had a lot of different contrasting personalities, they emphasized this value of not having any distinct bias for one another or against each other, but essentially practicing this notion of universal affection towards one another. And in fact, despite having this sequestered oath that keeps them away from interacting with the local community, from directly interacting with the local community, they took the time to meet with us and share their experiences with us in how they practice their devotion to the mission of the Sacred Heart. Now, shifting gears, in terms of philanthropy, this notion of philanthropy originating in ancient Greek society and public institutions, with this notion of a social relationship of mutual exchange. And I found that represented in the cloisters of the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. So essentially, the prior, which is a Clunesian prior who managed not only the Clunesian monks who lived in the cloisters, who also took a similarly sequestered oath, In addition, they had the prior really emphasized on having strong relationships with the townspeople, including the artisans and craftsmen and store owners of the local town of Fray-Leonal. So during the development of the basilica, he truly wanted to emphasize having a strong relationship between those groups. So he had them come in and assist about the development of the basilica. And shifting gear now to the case study that we did in this course, I want to note that these sociological theories are more so focused towards American pluralism and assimilation, but I felt that they were really interesting having that kind of context in comparison to the immigration integration practices that I had learned about while in France. So on the right-hand side, you have the notion of the melting pot, which is, when you think of the United States and all the different cultures that come in, that's usually what comes to mind. But it's also important to note, while it comes together to form something distinctly American, those minority cultures that are present in that culture, they may feel a certain burden to give up those individualistic traits that are particular to their culture in order to become part of this cohesive, dominant material of the melting pot. And then while doing my research paper tied to this project, I found another sociological theory known as salad bowl theory, which has a more distinct sense of pluralism, where there are independent components in the bowl, so in this broader culture, so different individual cultures alongside that dominant culture, but in comparison, that sounds a lot better in terms of there's less having a sense of minority cultures giving themselves up, but there may be a sense of selectiveness about what cultures do we let in into that context of our culture, what cultures do we let in into our bowl, essentially. So with that in mind, I want to note how we had the opportunity to speak to a lot of different religious and civil service leaders. We have a photo here of our cohort with the Bishop of Autun, of the Diocese of Autun, which included the town of Fray-Leonal. And essentially, what was really interesting that as the leader of the diocese, he had this strong emphasis on charity, similar to how St. Ignatius described it, of having no distinct bias for or against certain groups, and that translated into the people that he put into these positions in relation to itinerant peoples within that region of France, as well as assisting migrants. So you see that there were two distinct speakers that were chosen by him to help assist. For example, Deacon Jackie Pless, he was essentially responsible for when itinerant people, so people whose value was truly mobility within their culture, like their emphasis not necessarily on education, is truly having the ability to go from city to city and region to region with responsibility within the diocese, is essentially to ensure that when these groups come to the diocese or to certain towns in the diocese, their needs are respected in the face of restrictive laws, which may constrict them to staying into certain plots of land. And in comparison, Madame Miton, who fulfills this volunteer position in the Office of Pastoral Care of Migrants, she essentially helps to create this communal effort between local citizens, the diocese, secular organizations, and local businesses to ensure that migrants that come into the region have the opportunity to have their basic needs met. So to work with them, for example, with local businesses or housing organizations, have housing and jobs set aside for those coming in. And what was really interesting is that she had a lot of intercultural opportunities for both French festivals to be held, so incoming individuals can become more acclimated to the community, but also coordinated events in relation to Day of Migrants to help create a sense of intercommunication, so it's not that notion of solely one dominant culture being important. So having really enjoyed that experience and getting an opportunity to do a comparison between policies between the United States and practices in France, I wanted to see what was also possible, what was also present throughout American history, and what practices, if there were anything similar, done. And I found that Jane Addams, who was a progressive era activist during the 19th century, and she also founded the Whole House Settlement in Chicago, I found that she had similar practices of trying to protect against the dissolution of the family structure as immigrants came in area, as well as against distinct American. I felt, what I really liked about this is I felt she had a lot of the initiatives done at the settlement house had a lot of similarity to Madame Miton's work. So I have bulleted here the Whole House Labor Museum, the kitchen. Essentially, they were all really designed to help these immigrants who were coming into a different culture where they were definitely treated as a minority, to have the opportunity to teach about their culture, to teach about the handiwork that they had from their cultural traditions, to have the kitchen to be a source of interaction of respect with each other, whereas seeing the kitchen as something more sterilized and focusing on health. Arts initiatives and historical communication initiatives, having different groups discuss each other's histories, coming prepared to discuss what they had noticed, as well as holding certain arts events such as plays, choir events to help record immigrant history, celebrated during when music was played during. For example, this just maintains a sense of not having to give up everything into the also celebrating minority culture for the local American community.
Okay, great presentation. So, as you know, because you work for the Office of International Programs, we have a variety of different faculty-led programs at this university. And some of the faculty-led programs, they'll go to like maybe 5 or 6 locations within the span of 2 weeks. And then some, they really immerse you in a single location. Can you talk a little bit about what benefits you saw from being in one location largely for your entire study abroad experience? Thank you.
So thank you for that question. It's one of the things that when I'm asked about this program while working or sharing this experience with others, what I really valued about having this experience was really getting the opportunity to immerse myself in the local community. Because something I appreciated in getting to do this program of this model was essentially I got to get to know local townspeople who like all the shops, getting to know how their way of living was. So getting to know the people who ran the shops and getting to know their culture of rest and relaxation as well as how they work, and also getting to know how they exhibited these values of charity and philanthropy, for example. Like if we were just jumping from Grey Limonial to another town, for example, we may have not been able to meet as many like distinct groups as possible. For example, the monastery of the Visitation, getting to go there and meet those different nuns there really meant a lot to me, and getting to hear their experiences. So we got to really take some time and meet the people who really live there rather than from jumping around just location to location, having this notion of just like getting to know briefly but never not truly any people. So maybe I'd like to say horizontal participation in the community. And another thing I wanted to say is that my experience in France allowed me to practice my French language skills, that even that in a context of people who were really welcoming, and I got to know a lot of people. I was with people at the post office a lot, for some reason, the grocery store, just getting to practice my French and getting to know the people I was interacting with beyond just, oh, thank you for charging me for my meal. Getting to really spend time with them and having them as a familiar face, special that I don't think could be recreated from a program model of jumping around from X, Y, and Z city and getting on a plane. Thank you. So one thing I think would be really interesting discussing with the students of batch would be just, so we talk a lot about immigrant integration practices and how, and looking at Madame Mouton's work specifically of having a communal effort, that I think that what was really interesting about that, there was no context of, like her work seems to have no context of xenophobia. What was really interesting, I didn't get to directly write it here, but she'd emphasized that like families in the community, when they hear that there are migrants coming in diocese or in that specific town, there's a context of we should let Madame Mouton and her office know right away. So I think what would be really interesting to have in your course running this year, how do offices like these, especially with what's going on in the world, how do they respond to xenophobia? How do they respond to different, like, let's say different organizations and groups that may not be as willing to provide those resources? So that would be something really interesting to see. And then, although I did like our discussion with the mayor during this program, it was very nice to meet him, I think it would be really beneficial to have maybe his staff and see how they particularly assist in those contrasts. I felt like the bishop had discussed more about what they were doing, but in the civil service sense, it was somewhat lacking about what distinct initiatives is this town doing in relation to the regional government and in participation. Welcome. Any other questions?
Okay, there are two questions here from Dr. Marlowe. One, did you look at all at Dorothy Day? And if so, what would you say were the key comparisons, I think that's it, with Jane Addams?
Do you mind if
You could
if I
answer.
could read it or if I could open it? Oh. So I'm not entirely familiar. I know we had read her, but I'd focused when I'd done my research project more. Her name is familiar to me, but that would be something I would definitely be worth considering in a future paper, maybe doing comparisons between Addams and her, rather than just focusing on her with the context of what I had seen on this program.
And his other question is, looking at St. Ignatius,
Yes.
suspect that the groups it would legitimate, I guess, to favor in charitable efforts would be precisely the underprivileged. Wait a minute. And the
Part of
oppressed.
it. Do you know where I can read it? Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. It's a long question, Dr. Marlowe.
Right here.
So I would say that in response to this statement, I would agree that St. Ignatius, it would be that is a difficult statement because St. Ignatius does say that we should not have any distinct bias towards those who are towards any groups or against any groups, but this statement had specifically stated, but what about those who are underrepresented or have lesser needs? I feel like there's a distinct tension there that could be recognized, because how do we show, I feel like universal charity is universal kindness and assisting each other for it, but I feel like one tension that I feel like we had missed in discussing in class is maybe how do we reconcile that with those specific groups in need? How I personally would answer that, I guess, would be, I guess if you find that you're showing, I guess in terms of interactions of assisting material needs of those specific other groups, and then showing that sense of universality, but not having like a one-size-blanket approach in interacting with each person. So in recognizing the needs of a certain group, and then and assisting them materially, I feel that versus showing assistance to someone who may not have those specific needs materially, but actually need more emotional or social support in being a part of the community, for example, could be a way to reconcile this tension where it's not, you're not showing a bias towards a specific group, but rather you're addressing the needs of those groups holistically. And I feel like that could be a workaround that emphasizes this notion of universal. Thank you. Guys, thank you for hearing both my presentations. Yes.
See it? One more time.
Right above the oral presentation.
Right above. Right above the Word doc that I see. Okay, that one. There we go. I was about to say, I think that's yours. Okay. Just spacebar to work through.
I'll go and you guys can just go. Hello, my name is Zachary Edwards. I'm a junior studying international relations, diplomacy, and Asian studies.
My name is Ethan Tien. I am a diplomacy major in my sophomore year.
I'm Nicoletta Kokonis. I'm a senior in diplomacy.
Our project will be a traffic control ring proposal in the capital city of Vietnam, being Hanoi. This is to reduce significant emission pollutions and to promote the transition to electric and sustainable public transportation within the area. This is in an attempt to improve urban infrastructure, making it greener and healthier for the city, with hopes of influencing this change within the region. So a little bit of context. Vietnam is known for its dynamic economic growth, as well as diverse ecological landscapes within the recent years. This has confronted the country with recent challenges, specifically in harmonizing this development with sustainable growth. Within the country, there are a lot of issues with pollutants, specifically in the in the region of air quality, which has been exacerbated through different modes, such as, but not limited to, construction, open air burning, as well as, most notably in this project, heavy traffic, as well as vehicle congestion in the cities. According to the World Bank, in 2021, emissions from Hanoi's 8 million registered vehicles comprised of about 30% of pollution within the country, and another 30% is actually contributed through industrial emissions. It's also found that ambient air pollution within Hanoi specifically has contributed to over 90% of children less than 5 being infected with some sort of respiratory illness. This is where our hopes is that our traffic control ring project would actually reduce the overall emissions pollution and bring some sort of change to this.
In our research, we have found that air quality is a very important statistic to know in any state, as it can serve as an indicator for many things such as health, changing climate, and overall pollution in a region. Throughout the world, poor air quality is viewed as a killer, with an estimate of around 4.2 million deaths attributed to it. It is also known to have affected the healthy birth rates in many developing countries, with it also being associated with premature deaths in infants, babies being born stillborn, and miscarriages that could result in the death of the mother also. According to the World Health Organization, poor air quality has caused the deaths of 60,000 people in Vietnam through the means of air pollution-related health problems. Generally, the air quality in Vietnam is around 88 AQI, or air quality index, putting it at around 22nd place for the worst air quality in the entire world. Hanoi makes up for the majority of this pollution in Vietnam at a steep 137 AQI as of April 14th, 2024, making it the city with the highest pollution in the air in the country. One of the biggest culprits that contributes to this high air pollution in the city of Hanoi would be motor vehicles. With the sheer volume of motor vehicles in 2018, specifically with 6.5 million motor vehicles registered in the city of Hanoi alone. With this extreme volume of cars in one area, it is almost expected of Hanoi to have very terrible air quality. It is also important to note that what sort of particles are produced by these vehicles. The most prominent one being PM 2.5, which is a combination of the exhaust from these vehicles and the moisture in the air.
Our project will primarily consist of a controlled traffic barrier around the key district of Hanoi, so the very center. So for those of you who are with us, it would be the very center right there, that tiny little part. And it will primarily consist of an operation that's based on the parity of date and a license plate. So for example, on even dates, a vehicle's license plate which ends in an even number will be allowed admission, while plates ending in an odd number would not be allowed entry. And this would function in the inverse on odd dates. So for example, the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th of the month. It's active Mondays through Fridays during the workday, so the hours of 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. And this project encourages electric, hybrid, and low emission vehicles because they would be allowed entry to the ring at any time. Another thing that I would like to note would be the public transportation infrastructure. So the public transportation must be easily accessible in order to maximize compliance. Infrastructure must be updated to include electric or low emission forms of buses, trains, or trams to limit the level of pollution. Finally, I would like to discuss special licenses. So for citizens who have a job that requires them to use their vehicle every day in the city, for example, delivery people, along with citizens whose primary residence is within these districts would be granted special license plates. I would now like to address some concerns. So the first concern I would like to address would be the punishment system. So for first-time violators would be fined a 1 million Viet Dong fine, which is roughly $50. Second-time violations result in license suspension and further escalation upon further violations. Secondly, this initiative will fail if public transportation infrastructure is not updated. Transportation must be accessible and environmentally friendly, not only for compliance, but also to achieve the desired results. Now, as countries become increasingly industrialized, these large cities tracking and measuring and controlling air quality is an important issue. There are multiple projects, one of which I would like to discuss would be Greece's Dactylio system, which is very similar to ours. So this system imposed a controlled traffic ring around the center of Athens, where it was most polluted. And in a study conducted by the Comag Institute and Agricultural University of Athens, found a decrease in concentration of pollutants inside the Athens restriction ring, which was active beginning in the year 1986. There's a strong correlation found between vehicle emission and pollution concentration, with the correlation factor presenting at 0.91. The study found evidence of a decrease of multiple pollutant chemicals, including sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and PM2.5. As we can see on the graph, the lighter line measures emission, and the darker line measures the concentration of the specific chemical being nitrogen dioxide. Questions?
I was wondering, so pollution is actually a really big problem in Vietnam, Hanoi and other large cities and Asia as well. So this, it's very important to do something about it, right? I was wondering, as you're looking at, how this was implemented in Greece versus how you're going to implement it in Hanoi, are there any tweaks that you're doing? What did they find was problematic in Greece, and then they change, or you could change for Hanoi?
This project, as it stands now, is very conceptual. So at its base, it'll be similar, but of course, this has been done before in multiple countries, but it will be tailored specifically to meet the needs of Vietnam. So for example, during my research, I found that instead of trains, buses are the primary method of public transportation. So we would focus more on electric or low-emission buses and replanning the bus routes instead of trains and alternatives.
One more thing. So I understand that you're selecting like odd, even number plates, and then there will be certain exemptions, right? Including for those who reside within the area. But would it be seen as unfair if there are people who live outside but are coming to work in the area and they're not being allowed in, versus people who work within the area that you're talking about and they can drive out to go to work?
If you actually work, we have a project in place where you will be
So who exactly would be, who are you trying to keep out?
So the way the project functions is, it is an inconvenience that I'm aware of. There was major pushback in Greece as well when it first started. But the reason why I stress public transportation infrastructure and why I stress special licenses is, yes, it will be a hassle to get in if you have a job. However, the special license plate pertains to those who specifically need their car. For example, delivery. If you're delivering food, you can't take it on a bus, right?
So along those lines, that's what I'm saying. Because you said that there'll be exemptions for people who reside within the ring area. But if they live there and they're going to work in another place using their car, isn't that the same thing as if you're living outside and coming to work with them? It's just going in two different directions.
I see. That's a good question.
Mostly you asked, it just came back to me, you were asking who are we attempting to keep out. It's not really who, but what. It's mostly the mopeds and that are prosperity for the environment, they all.
Right. Yeah, the main question still is there an equivalence between those who live inside, work out, and they're allowed to take the moped, let's say, and let's say someone who uses their moped to come to work isn't allowed. So will that be seen as unfair? Just something to think about.
It could be seen as unfair, but the problem is, theoretically, in a perfect world, we would do this around the entirety of Hanoi. But that's not feasible. So we chose the most densely most densely polluted area. Also, not only because it's most densely polluted, but also to serve as a test, right? So as time progresses, we'll see, is this effective? It was shown in Greece to be effective, but the people are different, the culture is different. So perhaps in the future it could also expand, but as for right now, what we're proposing would just be the very center. And it can be unfair, but at the end of the day, it is projected to it would be unfair, yes. But hopefully, with the data presented by Greece, pollution would reduce.
Just think about it a bit, because if it is unfair, there's going to be pushback, right? And so then you want to think about the longevity or the feasibility of the project. So that's where it goes.
And we have a question from Dr. Marlowe on the concerns of special licenses. He'd like you to consider there are also some disabilities that make it very difficult for the use of public transportation, and obviously emergency vehicles, doctors, and other similar responsibilities. Would they be getting these special licenses? And then as time progresses, one might also want to look into replacing the most heavily used bus routes with a light electric rail.
As for special license plates, I give a very, very brief overview with just 1 to 2 examples. Yes, for those that have disabilities and those who require a vehicle, emergency services, obviously, they would be allowed, right, provided proof. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the second half of the question.
He wondered if in the future of your research you might suggest looking into replacing the heavy bus routes with electric light rail, like trains.
That was actually something that we were looking into, although we don't have much of a rail system for all like that. So we're actually planning on, and that would be something that would be.
Yeah, I feel the beauty of this project is that it's expandable. It can be expanded on, right? So right now it's small scale, but if it passes and it's successful, more projects, separate initiatives that can be partnered with, they can expand upon it to make it a cleaner city.
Okay, and lastly, would you consider some rewards for those that use the public transportation, discount or for work, et cetera, to encourage them to stop using the mopeds and start using the public transportation?
We've thought a lot about incentives, and as of right now, besides the main incentive being the fact that they can step outside their apartment and breathe, and there would be an influx in tourism because currently I think we read that planes are being redirected because
a lot of tourist traffic that's being directed.
positive reinforcement can definitely be something that we would look at, but what was shown in Greece was they responded most to negative reinforcement, for example, fines. Thank you.
I have a sample of what I'm going to be talking about, so feel free to pass it around, and then I'll explain what exactly it is. Hello, everyone. My name is Edwin Baden, and today I'll be talking about enhancing energy storage with flexible laser-induced graphene supercapacitors. So, as I'm talking, one sample would be passed around, and it's just a graphene supercapacitor encased in a hydrogel solution. So, an introduction to the project. First off, what's the problem that we're trying to solve? So, we're having like an advancement in the digital technology to a point where we need crucial, efficient, and compact power systems. So, because of that, we're planning on using supercapacitors as a means to alleviate the battery and fuel cell use. So traditionally, we use batteries and fuel cells because of their high energy density. That's just a fancy way of saying how much energy it stores. So it's able to store a large amount of energy. However, we've started to see an emergence of supercapacitors in the past decade because of their high power densities. So high power density is just a way of saying how much energy it's able to output in a short amount of time. So if it's able to output a huge amount of energy in a short time, then that means it has a really high power density. So currently, we're facing changes in miniaturizing these energy storage solutions and the ability for rapid charge for portable electronics. So why is this important? The research is important because it's essential for the advancement of portable electronics. When we use flexible laser-induced graphene supercapacitors, we're able to create 2D capacitors where we're kind of like smushing down the capacitors to save some space while increasing the ability for the surface area to be more and the distance between the supercapacitors to be less. So that's what we're doing with the flexible laser-induced graphene capacitors. And then we're planning on trying to create a synergy between high energy density, so the amount of energy it's able to store, versus high power density, the amount of energy it's able to output within a short amount of time. And also increase longevity, because as you guys may know, especially with your phones and computers, as you charge them, as you keep charging them, the battery life degrades over time. That's why you start to see that you have shorter screen times versus longer ones like you had when it was brand new. And this would also contribute to sustainability because you don't have to keep replacing your batteries or your energy storage devices as often as you would with regular batteries. So the goal of this research is, once again, to optimize the creation of flexible laser-induced graphene supercapacitors, and then create a better energy density supercapacitor, and then also increase flexibility. And this should allow us to be able to create a scalable and more efficient solution that meets the rigorous demands of today's current society. So the objectives for this project was, one, to explore how to create flexible laser-induced graphene. So what parameters makes the most amount of graphene, like speed, power, and stuff like that. And then what color of the laser to use in order to get the best graphene. And then develop electrode patterns where the area and the distance are optimized for high energy storage. So I'm going to talk more about how the area and the distance between the electrodes affect capacitance overall in the next slide. And then next, we were looking to optimize the substrate material and the electrolyte solution. So that I'm going to talk about in the next slide also. And then fine-tune the fabrication process for higher power and energy density, and then conduct testing to see how fast it charges and then how fast it discharges. So in our results, you're going to see a slide of the graphs and how fast it took to fully charge to reach that plateau level, and then how fast it discharged to almost zero. So the materials we used a laser engraver. We used Kapton tape. So Kapton tape has a huge amount of carbon, which means that it's able to make a lot of graphene. So graphene is made out of carbon atoms. So the higher the amount of carbon you have on a substrate, the higher graphene you're going to produce. And then microscope slides were used for just for structural integrity while we were etching the pattern onto it. And then Kim wipes were used as sort of a wicking material to store the electrolyte. And then we kind of expanded our research after we got more funds. So I'll talk about our new alternative. And then copper tape is just attached to the electrodes so that you're able to connect it directly to a circuit for testing. And then sulfuric acid and potassium hydroxide are both electrolyte solutions, so they allow charge to move from one electrode to another electrode. And then PVA was the new sort of carrier for our electrolyte. So what we would do is we would dissolve the PVA in water, heat it up to 90 degrees, and then let it cool down, and then add our electrolyte, and then that's how we got our new carrying agent. So if you guys remember the stuff you passed around, the supercapacitor was encased in something. It was like kind of stuck to something, so that's the PVA electrolyte solution. And then for testing purposes, we have a power supply and then a breadboard, which is just like a base for making electronics, and then you have resistors and then a component tester. So the component tester we used ended up not working because I'll explain in a different slide, but some of the capacitors we made weren't stable, so we were getting different readings each time. So the design, phase one, is the electrode pattern. So with that, it's designed in a CAD application, Fusion 360. And what we do is we basically make different patterns to try to minimize the distance between the electrodes while maximizing the surface area of the electrodes. So in figure A, as you guys can see, its area is smaller than B or C. And the distance is like larger. So with that, we weren't able to get a capacitance reading. It actually wasn't able to store any charge, so we moved on to moving the electrodes closer together. So B is the one you guys passed around. That's the electrode pattern you guys saw. And with that, we just used the same base as electrode A, but we made the surface area bigger while decreasing the distance. And then with C, we maximized the surface area even more and then decreased the distance even less. And with that, the capacitors ended up discharging super quickly because there were little micro particles of graphene connecting both of the legs together. So the second phase is the laser engraving phase, and with that, we just pass whatever design we make over to a different application called Lightburn, and then that converts it into G code, which basically quantifies the drawing into actual numbers, and then the laser is able to read it and then etch onto the substrate. And then for phase 3, we just added copper tape for connection to whatever circuit we were going to use. And then we added a slab of the electrolyte, PVA electrolyte mixture. And then that's how we got the supercapacitor. And for the results, so one thing I found really interesting was looking at the graphene layer under a microscope. So looking under a microscope, I saw like many holes in between the graphene. And for that, it's because you can't, like, the laser moves at a certain, like the smallest distance it can move at a certain time is limited. So it can't move like almost negligibly. It has to move like up a little bit before it starts sketching. So the holes are just from the laser engraver moving a little bit. And then for charge discharge tests, so the time scale was up to 1,500, and the voltages were the same, so the applied voltages were the same, 2.8 volts. And so for a lower concentration versus a higher concentration, we saw that the amount of energy stored for a higher concentration of the electrolyte so it basically allowed more energy to be stored over a longer period of time. So if you have a higher concentration, that means that you're going to have a higher amount of energy being stored. So for the 0.5 molar, we got up to 1.4 volts, but for the 1 molar, we got up to 2.5 volts. And then the other thing we noticed was that using a chem wipe as a wicking agent led to unstable capacitance readings, like I said before. So in the graph for when we wick, you see that at the beginning. So that's one thing we also noticed with our experiment. And then for discharge, we saw that once again, the higher the concentration of the electrolyte, the faster it discharges. So for right at the bottom where we had 1 mole. For saw that it also decreased fast, and so for the capacitance levels, we use farads to measure that. So for the 0.5 molar, we had 0.07 farads. So that means that it's able to store a lot of energy. It's able to store reasonably large energy. So it's considered a supercapacitor because it's higher than 0.01 farads. And then for the Wickham method, we had 0.88 farads. And we still have to do a little bit more research to see why it was that high. And then for the PVA, for the 1 molar PVA sulfuric acid combination, we had 0.48 farads, which was higher than when we did the 0.5 molar. So So our conclusion, so I kind of went over them as I was talking. So increasing the power of the laser would increase the graphene production, which means that you're increasing the overall conductivity of the electrode. And then increasing the surface area increases the capacitance. Electrodes that are too close together would lead to what we call micro discharges. So even as you're charging, because they're so close together, some of the charge is able to jump from one electrode to another electrode. And then the Wiccan method of the electrolyte leads to unpredictable and unstable capacitors as some of the electrolyte dries out. So you're letting it sit in air. So it's like you have water in a napkin. As time goes on, it starts to evaporate. So that's what we saw with this too. And then the creation of PVA hydrogel electrolytes leads to a more stable and ideal capacitor. And then increasing the electrolyte increases faster charge discharge times. And then below are my references. And I'd like to thank Andrew Kurtz, Matthew Luco, and the entire AMSCL lab and the NASA Space Grant Consortium, as well as the Undergraduate STEM Research Grant Initiative. And with that, that's my presentation. So does anyone have any questions or?
Well, we do have one question from Dr. Marlowe. Given the longer lifetime, what is the net energy comparison, including production, between graphene supercapacitors and the conventional batteries?
Oh, yes. So for conventional batteries, you sort of, there are more specialized equipment for making conventional batteries versus the supercapacitors. Like all the stuff I got are pretty much available for public use. So you can get a cheap laser engraver, and I think they go from about 100 to, depending on how much of how big of a laser you want, they can go from like a couple of hundred to like almost $1,000. And then the rest of the stuff I use, they're just like pretty basic. The only thing I would say you would need to know, you would have to like get specialized equipment for is for actually handling the electrolyte solutions, because they're either acidic or caustic. So you need to have specialized equipment for that. So with those kinds of stuff, they aren't really as expensive as creating a conventional battery, because like they're pretty much readily available and you can get them for super cheap.
Yes, the example you gave us here, two things. Does this hold as much or more than the conventional battery, just the strip?
The one I gave you guys, or just in general?
Mhm.
So with supercapacitors, they don't really store their own energy. They need a battery to be able to give it energy. So with those, or they need to be charged in some way. So you need like an applied voltage, and that voltage, the capacitor theoretically goes up to that voltage, if that makes sense. And what actually dictates the energy stored is its capacitance times the voltage squared. So depending on whatever voltage you have and whatever capacitance value you have, that's gonna determine the energy.
Lastly, have you compared disposal issues from conventional batteries with the graphene?
Wait, can you say that again?
Okay, when this wears out, then what will happen to it?
We actually haven't had to dispose any of them yet because of their long lifetime. But I would assume because it's made out of an acid or a caustic sort of electrolyte, you would have to dispose of it the same way as you would a battery. Because the batteries usually, because of the acid leaking out, that's why you have to like dispose of it in a specialized way.
Okay, well, thank you, Edwin. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Because there's an Annabelle, there's 2 presentations for you, whoever Annabelle is. Okay. Oh, they're both at the same time. Absolutely, go for it. It should be this one. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annabelle Pierre.
My name is Wilnika Destine.
And my name is Felipe Marchand.
Hello, my name is Bennett Davies. So let's go ahead and get this started. So our project is focusing on better care and sustainable development goals, especially for the Haitian healthcare industry. Now, in order to better understand this context, because Haiti does exist within the Caribbean global sphere, but it is in a particularly unique circumstance. That stems all the way back from 1791, when Haiti became the first and only country to ever successfully fight for its own independence from a colonial power, and then subsequently surviving multiple invasions and attempts to reconquer the island. However, that was not the end of their problems, as France enforced a debt on Haiti to pay, which was paid over the course of more than a century. And that had a massive impact on their economy, with at some point over 80% of their GDP being devoted towards paying this debt. That, of course, has led to many developmental challenges. Furthermore, this was compounded by the dictatorial regime of a man named Francois Duvalier, who was propped up by the United States in the wake of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And as a result of this, there was a massive brain drain from the country, where many healthcare professionals, among many other professions, were forced to flee the country, many to the United States. Since his fall, or the deposition of his son, or disposal of his son, Haiti's problems have not yet ceased. They are furthermore compounded by natural and geographic challenges, as can be seen with the 2010, 2016, 2018, and 2021 earthquakes. They're also located in a very vulnerable position to hurricanes, and they suffer more and more, as seen in 2021 with the assassination of a president-to-be Moise. That brings us to the present day. As we can see, Haiti is still dealing with many issues, especially those regarding the confluence of civil society and adapting to the natural environment.
Thank you, Ben. So in a nation where every life is precious, the lack of adequate healthcare resources poses a formidable barrier of the well-being of its people. Haiti is a country where hospitals face constant power outages, where clean water is a luxury, and where essential medical supplies are scarce. The infrastructure that forms the backbone of healthcare is ineffective, unable to meet the needs of Haiti's population. But the challenges facing Haiti's healthcare system extend beyond inadequate infrastructure. At the heart of the issue lies a critical shortage of healthcare workers. There are only 25 physicians and 11 nurses per 100,000 people. This is way below the recommended threshold for basic healthcare services. This shortage is not merely statistic. It is a harsh reality that impacts the lives of millions of Haitians every day. Low salaries, limited training opportunities, and challenging working conditions have driven many skilled healthcare professionals to seek better prospects abroad. Patients across Haiti endure long wait times, limited access to medical care, and inadequate treatment options. Rural and marginalized communities bear the brunt of these challenges, facing disproportionate barriers to accessing essential health services. But amidst these challenges lies an opportunity for change. As we stand at the cusp of a new era, we have the chance to rethink our approach to healthcare in Haiti. Learning from past failures, we can build a future where every Haitian has equal and quality health care. A future where no life is lost due to preventable disease or lack of medical care.
Our proposal is to implement programs that focus on building healthcare infrastructure and increasing the number of healthcare professionals in Haiti. By focusing on these two primary areas, this will help develop Haiti's healthcare. Healthcare programs will provide healthcare professionals with incentives to work, as currently medical workers in Haiti face numerous challenges, such as low pay and terrible working conditions. Providing incentives will help to attract and retain medical professionals through monetary incentives specific to rural and underprivileged locations. Additionally, the programs would provide the opportunity for Haitians to enter the medical field and ensure a pool of trained healthcare personnel. For the increase in healthcare infrastructure, improving the physical infrastructure of Haiti's healthcare facilities will be the main target, as Haiti is prone to natural disasters. This will look like weather-resistant medical buildings that will also serve as shelters during disasters. This improvement will be focused on the most densely populated and underserved areas of Haiti to develop these facilities.
Now moving on to the expected results of our proposal. One of the first expected results is an increase in the number of healthcare professionals available to the urban and rural departments in Haiti. As Wonica mentioned a little earlier, while it's helpful to have the actual infrastructure in place, that infrastructure becomes obsolete when you don't have actual doctors and nurses available to work and help the people and provide care to Haitians. The second expected result is an increase in the amount of people who feel comfortable and safe accessing these facilities. As Bennett mentioned a little while earlier, Haiti is very prone to a lot of natural disasters, not just earthquakes, but also hurricanes and other weather-based natural disasters as well. In our research, we found that it's more common in urban areas for people to feel unsafe to go to these healthcare facilities, given things like violence and also the natural disasters that are very prone to the island. So the final and last expected results of this proposal would be an increase in the amount of people that feel comfortable going to these healthcare facilities. That would include emergency rooms, pediatricians, and other care facilities that need to meet the needs of Haitians. Thank you.
At this time, does anybody have any questions?
What do the training programs look like? How will you implement them? How will you evaluate their work?
So that would start with the infrastructure. So the infrastructure would be, let's say, a hospital. This hospital in place would facilitate kind of as a school as well. So there is already a lack of medical professionals in Haiti. So the plan would be to offer higher salaries at these specific locations in order to attract the doctors and medical professionals that are still left. With this, we would then lead them to kind of undertake some more, let's say, teaching guidances so they could, like the doctors that we would recruit, so that they could teach on the next generation. So with these training programs, we would bring people to these facilities with the doctors and medical professionals that are already in place, and we would kind of take them through a guide, like a course, where they would learn things that they would need to know in order to like work at these facilities. And this just covers all ranges. It's not all doctors, because that is a lot more difficult, but there's a lot that goes into running a medical and a healthcare area. So this also goes all the way down to people who, let's say, would do stock or inventory. So that it's just, there is a wide umbrella or wide coverage for this training program.
Where are you focusing? Is it all over? Because
It wouldn't be.
sounds like a big.
Oh, yeah, so into the proposal a little bit further, it would start in these rural and marginalized communities. I can't remember off the top of my head the specific location. Maybe one of you guys could help me with that. And from that location, a big plan is the infrastructure, so we'd want to grow to other areas surrounding there in order to build that infrastructure and that connectivity between different healthcare departments.
In rural areas that they don't actually have the capacity in terms of demand?
So to answer your question, but also provide a little context to the question you previously asked, Haiti is split into 10 regions that are known as departments. Some of these are urban, some of these are rural, and just to give a little more context, by rural, it's not necessarily farmland. Some of them are mountainous ranges. To answer your question, Dr. Alam, some of the infrastructure actually already exists in certain departments, so you do have buildings that have once served as hospitals or other doctors' offices. It's an issue of staffing and having the actual medical professionals there. So that's where our proposal would come in, by bringing in more staff and making it more accessible to the people. In terms of the actual, in terms of implementing the actual proposal, instead of starting it across the entire country, because again, while yes, it is a small country, it's a country with a population of 11 million people, it would start more so in one department, and then it would expand to 2 departments and 3 departments and so on and so forth. So we would go department by department.
So to be clear, you're not building hospitals, you're training staff.
We're training staff in the departments that need the staff, and then in departments where there just is no infrastructure at all, so there is no hospitals, there are no doctors' offices, you would start small there in those departments and build that infrastructure. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, so did you send the other one? This is probably this one says draft and the other one, I think at this point, just go with what's here. It's just in terms of a recording, but if we have to edit it out, we can at this point.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming today and for allowing us to present today. My name is Caroline Dymack.
My name is Anna Thibodeau.
My name is Disha Patel. And today we're presenting on deforestation in Brazil, and more specifically about cattle ranchers in São Félix do Xingu in the state of Pará. We decided to research deforestation in Brazil because of its implications on the globe. Tropical forests are essential in maintaining regional and global weather and climate patterns. And of course, we all know Brazil has, it's housed the largest rainforest in the whole world, the Amazon rainforest. However, in recent years, about 20% of the rainforest has been lost to deforestation. And as a result, Brazil has become one of the world's largest producers of greenhouse gases, and Brazil has fallen victim to rampant illegal logging and poaching. The state of Pará specifically has been a leader in deforestation in Brazil since 2006. The region alone contains 35% of the country's deforestation, and then this is in large part because of the expansion of cattle ranching illegally. And then here we have a little GIF demonstrating the red is basically the fire of the forest being burned, and then the yellow is the cattle approaching on the land illegally because they're not allowed to be there. And then it just kind of them together to demonstrate all the parts that are being affected. But then this is a more in-depth map to demonstrate our location of where we are focusing. I'm not sure if the mouse is evident, but that's the region of Para. And then this little yellow region is Zhao Felix do Xingu.
So we are focusing on 3 sustainable development goals. The first one is the SDG 13, in which every individual is affected or will be impacted by climate change, regardless of where the country is, where they originate, or even the residence. Brazil has integrated climate change measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. SDG 13 addresses climate change, specifically sustainable architecture, which is a great way to combat the amount of carbon emissions being released and to combat deforestation.
The second goal that we focus on is SDG 12. Across the globe, governments have neglected responsible consumption and production, leading Brazilian companies to view sustainability as mere social marketing. SDG 12 aims to enhance quality of life and protect the planet by advocating for efficient resource utilization, waste minimization, and sustainable practices throughout production and consumption.
Finally, we looked at SDG 15, Life on Land. This goal focuses on building and preserving environments, especially for animals that are facing endangerment. The world is currently facing the largest extinction event since the dinosaurs, and the Amazon rainforest is especially vulnerable. Brazil has been taking many measures to support Sustainable Development Goal 15, including different measures to particularly target illegal logging. However, scientists still fear that the Amazon may reach a tipping point of deforestation where the rainforest would permanently dry out. While researching and creating our project, we did keep all these goals in mind to ensure that we were promoting these 3 goals as much as possible throughout our project. So Para does have the highest rainforest coverage out of every state in Brazil, and it therefore faces the highest deforestation rates in Brazil. It also happens to have very large rates of cattle ranching as well, making it nearly the perfect region for us to start our project. Specifically in the municipality of São Felix do Xingu, there are only 130,000 residents in that municipality, but over 2.4 million heads of cattle. Within this region, cattle ranchers have learned loopholes to move cattle into illegally deforested lands for grazing without being detected by the Brazilian government. The government does already also have 2 programs in progress which aim to track cattle every time they move, all the way up until they reach the slaughterhouse, in order to reduce ranching on deforested lands. And our project aims to promote these 2 projects as well. Before farmers and ranchers are allowed to become members of our project, they have to prove that they have opted into at least one of these 2 government programs, which we will touch on in a moment, before they are allowed to join the treatment group in our project. And then once a part of our project, we plan to help ranchers diversify their profit by introducing crops that can create a supplemental income and nourish their land that their cattle use for grazing, so that they feel less pressured to move into these illegally deforested lands.
The first program of which is the Para Cattle Integrity and Development Program. It was first introduced at the United Nations COP28 back in December of last year. This project aims to trace cattle in between each ranch they live on before they arrive at slaughterhouses. Each cow is individually tagged, helping trace the cattle and keep them from moving onto deforested lands. The goal is to track all 24 million cattle in Para by December 2023. And then the second program, being more widespread in Brazil and not only limited to Para, is the Rural Environmental Registry, or abbreviated CAR in Portuguese. This is a national electronic public registry designed for integrating environmental information on rural properties and possessions. It was mandated by the Brazilian government in 2010 to help monitor the Forest Code, which is a law that requires all farmers to keep at least 50% of their land forested. And this ranges between 20% and 80% depending on the region, but Para falls as 50%. And the goal of this program is to establish a comprehensive database for regulatory oversight and to combat logging.
So our randomized control trial, our proposed project for Brazil's attempt to significantly reduce deforestation rates and promote sustainable land use practices to conserve biodiversity and mitigate climate change impacts by 2030. By focusing our efforts on farms in the SFDX region, we hope to sustainably impact the area that needs them. For our randomized control trial, we have chosen the São Felix do Zindu region in Pará, Brazil, in which we'll have one half of the ranchers will be our treatment group and one half will be our control group. We will give half of our treatment group 5 cocoa saplings and the other half 5 cupuaçu saplings. They will require half of each group, each of the groups to plant at least 1 sapling, leaving them free to sell the remaining 4. The other half will be required to plant at least 3 of the 5 saplings. Farmers in this program will receive 5 new saplings once a year for 5 years and will always remain in the same treatment group. This will allow new trees to be planted while farmers still have a source of income. And after they graduate from the program, we will provide grants for farmers insurance to half of the farmers while encouraging the other half of farmers to get insurance. We plan on recording results in 2 different ways. First, through both pre- and post-program surveys. We plan to go door to door to the ranchers in our treatment groups and ask them the questions here up on the board in our pre-program survey. How much do they make per year? How have they previously used illegally deforested land for ranching? And if so, what motivated them to do so? What factors have either kept them in the field of ranching or out of other fields such as farming, like we are encouraging them to do? Are they currently enrolled in one of the programs or have plans to enroll? If they do not have plans, what is discouraging from enrolling? And how willing are they to incorporate farming or agroforestry into their current work? During the post-program survey, we would ask them the same questions. However, we would ask them to base their answers only on the 5 years in which they were in the program. Besides this survey, we would also be collecting certain quantitative data, including we would track how much of the farmers' incomes each of those 5 years is supplemental income that they made from those crops that we gave them, and then we would also track their income for 3 years after they graduate. We would track the rates of deforestation in the region of Pará, as well as the rates of deforestation in São Felix do Xingu, and we would see if there's a noticeable difference between that municipality and that region, and see if we can trace any of that back to cattle ranching. Further, we would also track the rates of all farmers in the region of Pará who are participating in those 2 programs that we first recommended at the beginning of our project. This project aims to catalyze concerted efforts to combat deforestation and promote biodiversity conservation in Brazil. By prioritizing sustainable land use practices, strengthening governance framework, and fostering international cooperation, Brazil can contribute significantly to preserving its invaluable natural heritage while addressing the urgent care of climate change and biodiversity loss on a global scale. Like we said before, we're hoping to reduce illegal logging and promote agroforestry and the properties of natural farming. Thank you so much for listening, and please let us know if you have any questions. So we would just have to hope that they tell the truth, but we would be assuring ranchers that their answers would be kept anonymous and only for the statistical purposes of our project. And from then, it's just hoping that they are willing to tell the truth, but we will keep that in mind when we're recording results, that question, we can't fully trust their answers.
And also, just any cows that are registered in the CAR program, they're registered with the government, so they wouldn't exactly be able to hide that fact. So that alone we would be able to check.
Hello, thank you. My question is based around the enforcement of pre-existing policies. Could you please delve in a little bit more to how it is currently being addressed by the Brazilian government and how infractions are actually being treated and how they may be falling short of what you're aiming for?
This has been an issue for a very long time. I kind of touched upon the Forest Code, and that came into action in 1965. And the technology was just not as advanced back then. Even up to the early 2000s, there was no tracking system. There was no way to see surveillance of above the Amazon to see whether people are actually approaching on these lands or not. Seeing a fire is one thing, but then seeing the aftermath later on is a bit difficult to see without the technology. So at least today, there's a lot of videos showing how people go through helicopters, or they have other kinds of devices that can go up in the air and see whether they're actually approaching on these lands or not. So that's one thing. So these programs are able to help right now.
I would also say the issue with the two government programs is not that they're falling short, it's that they're both very new, and so they just have not gotten the chance to grow yet. And the point of our program is to encourage these farmers to join these programs early to help them grow faster, and then also to help these farmers build more sustainable income and more sustainable practices while they're also joining these government programs.
In your selection of your trees, the coca and the other trees, are these for cash crops? Are these because they're native plants?
They're plants that we found are native to Brazil, and we wanted to find plants that can survive with the soil that is in South Felix do Xingu. Sorry.
And have you checked into the resiliency for higher temperatures?
Yeah, both of these plants are known to be growing better in like higher temperatures and higher like humidity areas. So this would be like perfect for this area, and especially the second plant, the cupuaçu, is native to Brazil. So is some parts of Brazil, and so is the cocoa plant. So it makes more sense for them to be getting these saplings instead of other trees.
Thank you. So I like the fact that you guys are taking advantage of this existing program of trying to herd the ranchers that way. Can you just quickly explain the insurance bit? Like, so what is the purpose of that? Why is that over there? And also, is one of the government programs better than the other?
So the two government programs are pretty similar. From what we could tell, one of them is just very new, and the other one is still pretty new, but it's been around. The CAR program has been around a little bit longer than the first program. Because they are so similar, we wanted to give ranchers the choice to opt into just one or the other. And then as far as the insurance goes, we looked into a few of different private insurance companies. There doesn't really seem to be any sort of public-funded farmers insurance in Brazil, so we found a few different private insurance companies that we would be able to recommend to these farmers, and we just want to encourage farmers and teach them the importance of insuring their crops as just another way to protect their income. And so one half of the farmers, we are giving those grants, and then the other half, we're encouraging them just to see if farmers are willing to buy insurance on their own or not, and also to see how beneficial these farmers do find the insurance as well.
The nice things about the insurances in Brazil, we had two examples. There's Agro Brazil and then Rural Insurance Program. And both of these programs are kind of partnerships with the government. So if these rural farmers and ranchers were to sign up for these two programs that we mentioned, then the government would be able to partner with them easier to give them insurance. Like there are specific cocoa insurance companies as well that just cover cocoa. We're not sure about the other plant yet, but I know that one we have insured.
And Dr. Tom Marlowe has a comment for you. He says, the real question is heat, which has come up more than once here, and waste generation. And I guess he's saying Happy Earth Day to everybody.
So, hello everyone. My name is Josephine McCartney. I am a biochemistry major minoring in Spanish and medical humanities. So, this is my capstone project on the medical humanities minor. So, my project is on the role of listening in narrative medicine to address vaccine hesitancy in non-native English-speaking communities. So, kind of some background. Medical humanities as a field focuses on the intersection between science and kind of the arts and the humanities. And then narrative medicine is its own kind of subfield within medical humanities that really focuses on the influence of disease on a person's experience. So how does disease kind of influence someone's whole life? It's not just something that happens, but it affects their whole being and how they think of themselves. And so putting that on the person a lot more. Additionally, the role of language, non-native English speakers face additional challenges when it comes to accessing healthcare, such as finding reliable interpreters, a lack of cultural understanding that can really inhibit the relationship and trust between patient and provider, and then reduced health literacy. So health literacy is defined as the capacity to obtain, process, and understand basic health information and services to make appropriate health decisions, and it exacerbates these existing health disparities that might exist for other reasons, such as economic or access reasons. And so I've chosen to focus on vaccine hesitancy as my topic. So using narrative medicine to improve health literacy is kind of my focus because Hispanic Americans are much less likely to receive vaccines than white Americans, between 20 and 30%. So narrative medicine can help to improve the trust between patient and provider because they see that providers are really taking the time to try to get to know them as a person, not just get them in, get them out in treatment. So vaccine hesitancy is defined by the 3 C's, which is convenience, so how easily you can access the vaccine that you would like to get, confidence, if you trust the source that you're receiving the vaccine or information from, and then complacency, which is this interesting concept that humans now, we see diseases as less severe once they've been tamed by a vaccine, and so we're less likely to get them because we don't remember. For example, our generation does not remember how bad polio was because we now see polio that has been tamed by a vaccine, so we're less likely to get the polio vaccine. Other factors that really contribute to vaccine hesitancy are perceptions of efficacy and safety, misinformation, and particularly in undocumented populations, a fear of deportation. So my project specifically is kind of a 2-pronged approach. I'm first working on it. I'm going to be giving a presentation to the HUMED Club, which is the Medical Humanities Club here on campus, aimed at educating professionals. So kind of letting them know what extra considerations should they be thinking about when dealing with non-native English-speaking populations, because a lot of providers might not be aware of these extra challenges that people are facing. So kind of educating professionals on how they can use narrative medicine to better that relationship. And then also working to help address health literacy directly in the community. So I work with a local community as an ESL teacher. That community speaks primarily Spanish and French. So I've made this flyer here and I've made translations into both Spanish and French as well that I'm going to be providing to them to hopefully address some basic information on vaccines and hopefully decrease some of that hesitancy. So the part of my presentation towards professionals, I've chosen two things that I think that they should be focusing on within their practice. The first being active listening. It seems kind of obvious, but active listening is not used in medicine as much as it should. The average practitioner allows the patient to speak for about 15 seconds, it was found, before they interrupt them. And so really shifting to a more listening approach where you're taking the time to try to understand the patient and understand what they are trying to say before you are imposing your own, like, this is what I think is going on. And then building that cultural understanding. Patients are shown to be much more receptive to messages when they see themselves represented in healthcare. That really facilitates that trust. So working to amplify diverse voices through these presenters and guest lecturers when you're bringing people in and trying to implement just increasing diversity within the programs so that people feel represented and they can build that relationship with healthcare. So to conclude, medical humanities really lives in that intersection between humanities and science, and with the goal of just more holistic care, not just taking care of the biologics of a person, but
how to address them as a human. And language plays a really important role in this. So the interpretation between provider and patient, not just trying to find what is hurting them in this moment, but leaning on that narrative medicine to understand their whole life. And so I think this is really used within vaccine hesitancy, or can be used effectively, because when you're addressing vaccine hesitancy in a community, there's not one cookie cutter approach. Each community has their own hesitations, their own reasons for being vaccine hesitant. And so using a narrative medicine approach can really help to try to understand why communities are feeling the way they are and how to best address them. So, thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so, when I was growing up, and even probably until COVID, vaccines were thought of as good things. Like everybody, you get your vaccines, you don't get diseases, it's good. There's a lot more debate, I think, now about whether vaccines are okay by at least a small vocal minority of people. Do you think that that affects the groups you're talking about as well, or do you think it's other things?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, vaccine hesitancy as a problem has existed before the COVID pandemic. Like there was the famous autism study, which was based on faulty science, and there's always been groups that are hesitant about it, and there's always been narrative against vaccines. But I think the COVID pandemic has really taken vaccine trust back severely, particularly misinformation, like on the internet. Social media has not done any favors for promoting it. And so I think, yeah, absolutely. COVID has shown some unique challenges with it and on a much more widespread scale, which is partially why I'm so interested in trying to combat it, because I think it's growing in new ways and a very interesting problem to have, yeah.
That you're thinking about targeting during this poster?
A lot of my work has focused primarily on the COVID vaccine, because being a recent example, people can kind of see the onset of the disease, how severe it was, and now a lot of the misinformation, particularly with the development of mRNA vaccines, those are a unique hot topic because people are like, they're going to change your DNA, and there's a lot of confusion over kind of what they exactly do. So that was one of my main focuses on my infographic over here, is kind of addressing some of the maybe things like how each vaccine works up at the top. So I think that's kind of one that needs some specific top focus, but all around good to address. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
So I had a question on exposure and specifically distribution of resources. So you constructed these flyers. I was interested on your opinion of, do you think they're more accessible or effective if they're placed in hospitals or clinics or in any other institutions?
I think that's a great idea, yeah. My goal is kind of moving forward to hopefully distribute them to as many places as are willing to take them and kind of try to get it out. But yeah, I think hospitals and community centers, places where people are coming in regularly, would be awesome, just to get as many eyes on them as possible so people are more aware of things. So.
Oh, sorry. I know that many schools require certain vaccinations by a certain date. It's not the first date of school always, which is odd. So I was wondering if you were thinking of providing them in that first day packet of information that goes home. It comes with the, New Jersey care insurance and things like that.
Yeah, that's a great idea as well. When places that need vaccines, informing them kind of what they're getting, why they're getting it, why it's a useful thing, why you can trust it, does a lot to combating some of the misinformation that's out there regarding all the different ideas. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so I'm even older, and it was in a time where if you didn't have it, the nurse just gave it to you. The parents didn't have to consent if you were going to stay there. They lined you all up and you all got vaccinated, or you got whatever. And if you had a bad reaction, then the nurse took care of it.
Yeah.
No. Okay, but they wouldn't do that today. I understand, they need permissions. Now, how do you handle when, I don't know, we used to deal with, say, it's a religious matter, or there are exemptions for allergies, as we know. What information would give to the parent then? Because then you have to protect that child and that family perhaps even more.
Yeah, one of the myths, so I addressed 3 myths on my sheet, and one of them was my child doesn't need to get vaccinated because the children around them are already vaccinated, and I kind of talked a little bit about herd immunity, and so I think for cases like that, like obviously there are legitimate religious exemptions, there are legitimate allergies where people are not able to get them, but the hope is that everyone who is able to get the vaccine would receive it, because then you kind of can cover those gaps for the people that legitimately are not able to. And so herd immunity works great when you have sufficient people, but you need sufficient people. And if you start having people choosing not to get the vaccine for other reasons, maybe perhaps things that are not legitimate excuses, or like if they are able to get it and choosing not to, then you start to risk losing that herd immunity, and that's when diseases start to become more severe and more prevalent. So it's kind of balancing that a little bit, but providing info on like why they're needed.
And would you include the protection to, say, mothers? Because, say, everyone around you got chickenpox when you were young. You didn't get chickenpox. You were out, not there. Then when you're pregnant, this becomes even more of a risk. Or when you're older, often these so-called childhood diseases are far more severe.
Yeah.
So would you include that, that it protects the elderly as well that may not be?
Yeah, absolutely. I think clear programming on all of the benefits and why each vaccine is important is a hugely needed part of the information we're providing people about vaccines, so they're fully informed. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
It's a little high. Thank you. Okay, so for my project, I wanted to look at medical humanities applications to civic health engagement and discuss how we can improve minority health disparities. So to start, I wanted to define that civic health engagement involves mobilizing community members, both politically and non-politically, to improve quality of life and overall health outcomes. So what can this look like? This can look like voting, activism, but also volunteering at local soup kitchens, animal and homeless shelters. A lot of new literature has been coming out, and it's been shown that increased voter turnout leads to better community health. In a 2017 study using the World Value Survey across 44 countries, it was found that people who voted and were involved with voluntary social orgs reported better self-reported health. Racial minorities specifically experience higher health disparities and report significantly lower voter turnout rates in the United States. And this is a result of a multitude of things, but just to name a few: language barriers, voter suppression, which can look like closed voting locations and restrictive voter ID laws, as well as high reported difficulty locating polling stations on election day, casting votes, on how to cast votes in general. There's also a lack of trust in community institutions, hospitals, and pharmacies, most specifically, according to the AAMC, have been noted as some of the least viewed places to cast votes and to engage in voter registration. And then generally feeling culturally misunderstood and disregarded. So the aim of my study was to examine the question of how we can cultivate motivation amongst racial minorities to increase voter turnout and improve minority health outcomes by utilizing the medical humanities. And I propose that we can use storytelling as a means to empower minority communities to vote. So what would that look like? In terms of medical humanities and storytelling, storytelling specifically involves healthcare professionals educating patients about an illness or diagnoses in a manner that they feel heard,
that utilizes other patient stories and narratives. In a medical sense, this could look like a doctor explaining lifestyle changes and symptoms to a type 2 diabetes patient that reframes the negative social stigma around their illness. In a more public health sense, this can look like an African American mother who recounts her experience with hemorrhaging post-birth, but this would lead to larger discussions of poor prenatal care that she experienced and maternal mortality rates amongst racial minorities. Storytelling is an integral part of various traditions and heritage, specifically through Asian, Native American, and African cultures. If we're able to construct positive narratives around political participation within these cultures, it could motivate individuals to vote after being able to hear with and connect with similar accounts. So I propose that we create voter engagement campaigns that really do incorporate personal stories related to health, healthcare access, and social determinants of health, which can resonate with individuals on a deeper level, motivating them to participate in voting. Storytelling is important in the way that it is able to reflect the unique cultural and lived experiences of an individual. While addressing health disparities, this allows minorities to engage in civic learning, how to vote and why voter registration is important, lead grassroots efforts for change, increase representation in political domains for better health outcomes, as well as connecting cultural values and activism to drive change. Overall, this means that if we're able to amplify minority voices, it's more likely that they'll be able to be heard on a political level and their concerns. So how do we start the conversation on health and voting? A couple organizations have already tried to start addressing this issue, specifically Healing the Vote and Vote-ER. These organizations have used ID badges which have a link to a QR code, and once you touch this QR code, it opens you up to how to register to vote, if you're registered at all, and then also links to relevant literature on this intersection between health and voting. Through the Vote-ER badges, over 89,000 voters have registered or prepared to vote with Vote-ER, and over 700 clinics, hospitals, and health institutions use Vote-ER tools. Leading organized community efforts where minority members, politicians, and health policy leaders can collaborate can create more open conversations surrounding voting and health. It's important that we keep the individual story at the forefront, but if we fortify it with how someone can instill change through voting, this can instill more change in terms of political participation. And even more, we can utilize nonpartisan organizations such as Healing the Vote and Vote-ER to highlight minority stories. To conclude, increased representation is paramount. If we're able to increase representation amongst different members of communities, we can attempt to close gaps in health outcomes for marginalized groups. We need to open up more channels or medias where minorities can share their experience, such as through platforms like Healing the Vote, with health and healthcare, and connect this with the power that political participation has. I did make a few considerations throughout this study, and is that healing the deep-rooted mistrust in government and political institutions is something that will require persistent effort and will take time. And also, political and systemic change doesn't happen overnight. It's slow, and efforts may feel futile. But I wanted to consider that one story or narrative can inspire future generations to becoming more civically engaged and involved with transforming the well-being of their communities. Thank you. Questions?
One question I have for you, really nice job. Given that obviously this year is going to be a really large election with like a presidential election coming up, do you see this being something that would be more useful, you think, within like local elections, like state elections or community elections, or something on a broader scale like the presidential? Like which one, or both perhaps, like what?
I think it definitely could be utilized in both. The goal is to get the word out there. So utilizing, say, how I mentioned the badges and stuff, would kind of create this exposure that your vote does really count. So I think the conversations do start on a neighborhood, community level, but they can reach state and national levels throughout.
I have a question. What do you think it is about voting that is related to people being healthier and seeking more health care? Like what's the possible other factors that are correlated?
Yeah, so I think it's a more of a downstream effect in terms of voting and health. It doesn't seem too related at first,
but it's the fact that people's health issues that aren't being addressed aren't being heard. So when you do get your voice heard and your stories out there, you're more likely to be considered in terms of changing health policies and addressing health policies that directly affect health outcomes for minorities.
So are you directing your efforts at the moment in your personal community or just the state of New Jersey or nationally?
In terms of my own efforts, it's been more on a community level and people around me as well. I brought Vote-ER and Healing the Vote to the Seton Hall community last semester, and it was really impactful to see how students could be involved. And I wanted to tailor kind of this project to see how more communities can get involved and why their vote is important as well. So in terms of my own efforts, it's been on a community level, but I think once the word is spread, again, it can go to much larger levels, such as state and national.
I would definitely continue to interface at Seton Hall because I've seen more than one presentation topic on infant mortality or not enough prenatal care among minority populations. And this would be connecting with your topic,
Yes.
that they don't have a voice in this.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So this concludes the interdisciplinary and study abroad events for this year. Please look and see if the link is posted so you can have your family. If not, just send me an email and then we send it. It's just for SAU students and those who requested. I'd like to thank Jared Cicera, Michael Supius, Christopher Petruzzi, and everyone else that helped put this together. Thank you.